Chapter 941. The young man reprimanded Li Wei with a sullen face. His tone was slow, and he did not use any insulting words. However, Li Wei and his orphan gang were ruthless characters that no one in the city dared to underestimate. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, yet he reprimanded them like this. The contempt was very clear. Li Wei had been at the bottom of society since he was young, and he had always maintained certain principles and refused to cross the line. He had always been more tolerant of women and children who did not know better. He respected the father of the boy in front of him very much, but this did not mean that he did not have a temper. When the leader of the orphan gang was reprimanded like this, he did not dare to lose his temper. He raised his head and stared at the boy in front of him. He gradually sobered up. His eyes were as bright and clear as when he was young, but there was no trace of emotion. At this moment, a charming young woman in her 30s hurried over. She saw the scene in front of her, and her face suddenly changed color. She quickly stood in front of the boy and gave Li Wei an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Wei. You know that children nowadays are really immature." Li Wei was silent for a moment and replied with a smile. "Sister Farong is right." The boy was a little embarrassed to be reprimanded by his elder. Just as he was about to say something, he saw his aunt turn around and glare at him. Her eyes were cold and stern. As the woman who had been with Lin Banshan for the longest time, Li Farong had never been able to become Lin Banshan's official wife. Now that she was old, she was not favored. However, her position in the hearts of the people of Bermuda was still very high. Li Farong once again expressed her sincere apology to Li Wei. With her status, she did not need to do so. However, she was very clear that after Lin Banshan left Bermuda, the originally unknown leader of the orphan gang in front of her had sacrificed a lot for the safety of her and the boy beside her. He had sacrificed a lot to protect Lin Banshan's foundation. The adults present expressed their apologies and gratitude. They carefully repaired their relationship with each other to avoid affecting the overall situation. The boy's gloomy face was gloomy. His eyes were full of indifference as he looked coldly into the distance. No one noticed that Su Li's eyes narrowed. Only Zhong Huiyin noticed it. Dressed in a white dress, she was like an innocent and well-behaved princess, allowing the boy to gently hold her hand as if he was holding a treasure. Under her neat black bangs that were like watermelon skin, there was a cunning light in her eyes. She carefully and joyfully paid attention to Su Li's expression. When Su Li narrowed his eyes, it meant that he felt extreme danger or made a great decision. His enemies would often sense his determination from this small action and feel the cold danger. At this moment, his raised eyebrows fell and his eyes narrowed. It only represented one emotion, and that was anger. He stared at the hands of the young man and woman holding each other. His mind was occupied by anger and drunkenness. He did not notice that Zhong Huiyin was secretly looking at him at this time. Her eyes were shining with a light that revealed the truth. Thump, thump, thump. His hard-soled leather boots collided with the hotel's smooth floor, making crisp and hard sounds. He walked forward with a sullen face. He was too lazy to speak. He directly grabbed Zhong Huiyin's left hand and pulled her back to his side. A gust of wind blew. Because the boy treasured his little female companion, he was ecstatic that she let him hold her hand. He was so nervous that he only dared to gently hold 3 of her fingers, so he did not react at all. When he realized that the beautiful girl had been pulled away, he felt that his hand was empty, just like his heart was empty. He raised his head in shock and looked at the boorish man in front of him who reeked of alcohol. His chest rose and fell angrily, but in order to maintain his composure, he forcibly suppressed his temper and asked coldly, "Uncle, what do you want to do?" The boy was called Lin Shihua. He was Lin Banshan's only son. Because he had such a father, he had been cherished and protected by countless elders since he was young, whether it was on Popstar or when he occasionally returned to the Federation's Lin family mansion to visit relatives. He was surrounded and protected by countless people of the same age. In a place like Bermuda, Lin Shihua was a privileged person like the Crown Prince. He enjoyed all kinds of wealth and enjoyed all kinds of luxuries, including those women who had golden flowers in their eyes. He did not have any friends of the same age as him, and he disdained to look for so-called friends. He even scoffed at things like love. Until this morning, when he saw the girl in a white dress by the floor-to-ceiling window in his hotel lobby. He looked at the lonely expression on the girl's pure face, and just like that, he fell for her. Every father downstairs saw a nervous little boy who was preparing to send his daughter to school for the first time. Every brother saw a stinky boy who climbed into the cinema for the first time. These were definitely bad memories that men did not want to remember the most. For similar reasons, when Su Lu saw Zhong Huiyan's little hand being held by the boy in the hotel lobby, his mood was very bad. When he heard the boy call him an uncle, his bad mood became even worse. Su Lu raised his empty left hand and slapped the boy's head heavily without any trace of politeness. He lectured, "How old are you? How dare you learn how to stir up trouble everywhere?" Lin Shihua was stunned. He had lived for 16 years and had never been hit before. Only after half a day did the dull pain on his head remind him that he had really been hit. "You're crazy. How dare you hit me?" Lin Shihua did not shout like the other rich kids. "Do you know who my father is?" On one hand, it was because his father had sternly reprimanded him for making such a stupid declaration that had no technical or aesthetic value. On the other hand, it was because he always thought that the people who were qualified to enter this hotel definitely knew who he was. Slap! Sula did not hold back and slapped the boy's head heavily again. He said, "There aren't many people in this world that I don't dare to hit." Lin Shihua rubbed his throbbing head. He was so shocked that he almost forgot how to make an angry expression. Then, he noticed that Zhong Huiyan's little white hand was still being held tightly by the drunkard. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Later, you better beg for a quick death." When he said this, Lin Shihua looked at Su Lu as if he was looking at a corpse in a pile of dog feces. It was abnormally cold. Standing beside Su Lu, Zhong Huiyan kept her head down in silence. Her drooping black hair hid a sweet smile. To her, holding hands with her brother was a very normal thing. The key was that he had pulled her to his side so abruptly. Standing in a position that seemed to belong to her forever, it felt really good. Because she was immersed in joy, she did not notice the beginning of the conversation. Then, she was awakened by Lin Shifeng's words. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the boy opposite her with a frown. She said coldly, "This is my brother. Who do you want to die?" Lin Shihua was stunned. He looked at the girl opposite him. Her furrowed brows were so beautiful. Although she was angry, she was still so moving. Then, he suddenly remembered what she had said. This drunkard was her brother? When one was infatuated with a pearl, one had to be extra protective of the gift box that contained the pearl. After a short while, Lin Shihua decided to let the drunkard go. However, the proud boy who had never been hit in his life still could not get rid of the anger in his heart. He frowned and looked at Su Lu. "Uncle, no. Big brother. Although you are Guagua's brother, I don't think you can so rudely oppose me dating her. You have to know that we are no longer children. I'll say something you might not like to hear, but we are in the rebellious phase of youth. Can you solve this by suppressing us?" Besides, at this time, Clockwork had already lowered his head and pretended to be shy. He clutched the corner of Su Li's clothes tightly. He did not look, but he could guess that the boy's gaze was getting more and more angry and provocative. Su Lu saw the mocking provocation in the boy's eyes as he calmly narrated the story. He also felt a strong sense of possessiveness. He narrowed his eyes and raised his hand again. "Papa, papa." He hit the boy's head 4 times and frowned. "I killed people when I was 10 and fled when I was 16. I was wanted by the entire universe for my entire adolescence. You want to compete with me in terms of rebelliousness? Have you grown all your hair?" Li Feirong had been talking to Li Wei. By the time she noticed the conflict, it was already too late. She watched as Lin Shihua's head was being hit like a sandbag by that man. Her face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly pulled Lin Shihua into her arms and gently rubbed the back of his head. She looked at the boy's eyes that were tearing up from the pain. Her expression was calm, but her heart was filled with anger. This was a child that even Lin Banshan could not bear to hit. She did not even dare to hit him. She did not raise her head, nor did she bother to do so. She secretly made a decision. Even if this drunkard was Li Wei's friend, he had to pay the price. She said in a low voice, "Mister, there are some things that should not be done even if you are drunk. Seeing that you are the elder brother of that young lady, I advise you to know how to respect the matters of young people. If an adult wants to forcefully interfere, his elders will also interfere. There is no respect in this world for no reason. If my son were chased after Lin Banshan's daughter, I would definitely respect him." Li Feirong raised her head in shock and anger. She wondered who this person was. After knowing that this child was Lin Banshan's son, he still dared to be so arrogant. Sula looked at the familiar face. He had already guessed the identity of the boy, but his face remained expressionless. He said, "This little fart, which elder wants to interfere in this matter? So what if it's Lin Banshan? Although the tiger in the West Woods is no longer around, there are still many elders around my family." Li Feirong looked at the pair of small eyes that left a deep impression on her. She then looked at the black-haired girl beside him and guessed that she was the little princess of the Zhong family. She covered her mouth in shock. Su Lu turned his head to look at Lin Shihua, who was holding his head. He said, "What is a real rebel? Learn from your father. Throw away all your family background and still dare to go around seducing young ladies. That is a real rebel." Lin Shihua did not understand these words. He only felt anger, pain, and grievance. He grabbed Li Feirong's hand and shouted, "Auntie, no one has ever dared to hit me. I already said that there is no one in this world that I dare not hit." Su Lu unceremoniously slapped him again. He frowned and said, "This is really strange. I admire Lin Banshan so much. A few years ago, I helped him discipline his brother, and now I have to help him discipline his son." Li Feirong quickly pulled Lin Shihua behind her, but she did not dare to show any signs of anger. One had to know that the image of Su Lu pointing a gun at Lin Daohai in the manor had left a deep impression on her. That conflict was because Lin Daohai had tried to assassinate Su Lu in the West Woods. After that, when everyone thought that this matter would be forgotten, Su Lu ended his dinner with Jian Shui'er and Tai Yuan and led Group 7 to surround the manor. Even when Lin Banshan called to plead for mercy, it was useless. That was until the heads of the 7 families lowered their noble heads to show that they had lost. It was this incident that made Li Feirong realize that this small-eyed man did not have the concept of family background or power. The problem was that Su Lu and Group 7 were in the right during that incident, but today's situation was completely unreasonable. Li Feirong could not help but add another evaluation of Su Lu, who had been missing for 3 years. Unreasonable. Looking at Lin Shihua, who was in the arms of a mature woman, Su Lu shook his head. Like a strict father, he unreasonably shouted to Zhong Huiyin, who was beside him, "Go back to the room." In front of everyone except Philip, Zhong Huiyin had always given Su Lu face. Hearing this thunderous roar, she obediently held his hand and left. Returning to the luxurious suite on the top floor, there was no one else. Zhong Huiyin did not need to give Su Lu any face. She stood in front of the sofa, her hands on her slender waist. She lowered her head and looked at him with interest. Her beautiful black hair hung in front of her slightly raised chest, and her eyes were full of youthfulness. Su Lu, who had drunk too much wine, was thirsty and confused. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the delicate little face in front of him. He vaguely felt that something big was about to happen. "Brother." Zhong Huiyin held her face and stared at his face. She shouted loudly, "When we were in the Empire, you said that I would one day fall in love with another boy. Then why did you hit him just now? Why do you care if I fall in love?" Su Lu was at a loss for words. In order to hide his awkwardness, he poured a glass of water from the table and drank it very slowly. Then, he found that the girl was still in that questioning position with her head lowered, so he very obediently moved back under her gaze. "It's like this." After thinking for a while, he tried to explain, "Of course you have to fall in love, but you have to find a suitable partner. That little brat is called Lin Shihua, right? Don't be fooled by his appearance. If you think about it with your brain, you will know that a man who grew up in this kind of environment has nothing in his mind other than synthetic meat. Although his father is an amazing person, he will at most become a gang leader in the future. As your legal guardian, I will not allow this to happen." It was rare for him to have such a long speech, but Zhong Huiyin's cool words retorted. Your best friend is just a gang leader. Su Lu reached out and pushed the girl's hair away from her face. He looked at the delicate little face, full of anger, and said with difficulty, You are still too young. Even if you want to fall in love, you have to wait until you're 16 years old. No, you have to wait until you are 18 years old before you are allowed to fall in love. Of course, the other party has to be approved by me. Zhong Huiyin stood up straight and looked at him with a cold smile. She said, Brother, you don't want me to fall in love. You just want to tie me to your side. Sula angrily said, What nonsense are you talking about? Zhong Huiyin pointed at him with her fingertips. Your behavior just now shows that you are jealous. You are really crazy. Sula laughed. The coolness on Zhong Huiyin's face had long disappeared without a trace. She sweetly said, You are jealous. When you see other boys holding my hand, you are unhappy. Sula looked at the sweet smile on the girl's face. His eyebrows slowly creased. He spread out his hands and said, If your father was alive, he would not be happy just now either. Zhong Huiyin did not pay attention to his explanation. She giggled, and like a little bird flying back to its nest, she comfortably snuggled in his arms and sweetly said, Brother, just admit that you like me. We're not really related by blood, so there is no shame. Smelling the faint fragrance floating to his nose and feeling the youthful body in his arms, Sulu gently hugged her, just like when they were children. He suddenly found that the nutrition ratio that Philip had made in the past few years was really good. The little girl in his arms had developed well after entering puberty. She was tender, soft, and warm. Sulu suddenly woke up and found that there was something wrong with his previous absent-mindedness. He frowned and put her on the sofa. He said, You're a big girl, but you don't feel ashamed. Yes, I'm not afraid of being ashamed. What are you afraid of? Zhong Huiyin angrily put her head behind his shoulder and looked at him. She said, That year, you held my hand in the rain at the airport. You held my hand in the mountains. You also held me on the spaceship. You also held me in the amusement park. I know that I was a little girl at that time, so you could hold my hand. And now, I'm growing up day by day. You rarely hold my hand, let alone hold me. I don't like it. I would rather not have grown up. Zhong Huiyin's eyes were slightly red. She looked at him and said calmly, But people always have to grow up. I am not afraid of being ashamed. I just like to hold you. Su Lu helplessly spread out his hands. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only sigh softly. I like you, Zhong Huiyin said with certainty and firmness. I also know that you like me. Whether it is because you are afraid of being gossiped about, or because you are suppressed by the pedantic and even stupid views of love and marriage in your mind that you don't dare to admit it. Don't try to refuse me, because you are the only one in the world who has seen my naked body. Do you remember how many times you have bathed me since I was a child? How many times have you brazenly seen my body while I was bathing? Zhong Huiyin bravely stared into Su Li's eyes. Her smooth and white cheeks revealed two blushes of shyness, like fresh apples on the branches. Brother, you have combed my hair and washed my underwear. Even when I had my first period, you were by my side. Until today, I still remember how warm your hand was when you put it on my lower abdomen. My parents are dead. You are my only family in the world. But brother, you're not my biological brother, so you have to be responsible for me. You have to marry me. Sulu, supported by the toughest stone spirit in the universe, reluctantly listened to the girl's shy and brave confession. He was stupefied for a long time. Suddenly, he understood the matter. He waved his arms and protested. You were only 5 years old when I bathed you, and Shangqiu was there that night. I said when I was young that I liked Shangqiu. I didn't mind her being my mistress. Zhong Huiyin smiled sweetly. Her bright eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Then she slightly raised her chin and proudly and coldly asked, You don't have to be responsible for things that happened when I was 5 years old? Or are you saying that you can ignore me now that I am 15 years old? Sulu rubbed her head and said with a bitter smile, Good girl. Do you know how many sisters-in-law you already have? If I don't die when I go back this time, there will be more trouble. You could just let me go, okay? It is because I'm going back to the Federation soon, and I need to see those women that I am anxious. I'm going back to the Westwoods. Who will look after you? Zhong Huiyin angrily escaped from his evil hands. She raised her white sleeve to wipe the tears on her cheeks and shouted, "It will be best if you go back to the Federation and find that they are all married." Then, Sulu wanted to say that it would be best, but when he was about to say it, he subconsciously sighed. "That's not very good, is it?" Zhong Huiyin suddenly raised her head and looked at him very seriously. After a moment of silence, she said, "Brother, it is really dangerous to go back to the Federation this time. You may really die. Before you die, can you promise me one last wish?" "No," Sulu said resolutely. Zhong Huiyin angrily picked up a pillow to cover her burning face and protested in a muffled voice. "It took me a lot of courage to say this. You don't know that my last wish is to be your woman. Why did you say no?" Sulu looked at the eyes blinking behind the pillow and felt that this was the cute little girl. He said with a smile, "Because I will never die." Zhong Huiyin threw away the pillow and said mockingly, "You only know how to copy your teacher's famous words. Brother, when you were young, you lived in the East Woods called the Clock Tower Street, right?" "Yes." "Do you know why the Clock Tower Street is called that?" "Because when human society was exploring, the main battleship of the 4th Military Region that was carrying out a mission inexplicably crashed, leaving only an antique clock." Zhong Huiyin cutely tapped the tip of her nose and said, "The commander of the 4th Military Region is my ancestor." What coincidence, right? Hearing this, Sulu realized that the story of the origin of the name of the Clock Tower Street was actually related to the Zhong family of the West Woods. "I also know that when my ancestor saw the explosion when the battleship crashed, he once said something. Later, it became a famous quote that you East Woods people use to pretend to be cool." Sulu repeated with a smile, "My mood is lonelier than Huiyin." Zhong Huiyin moved her body and lay on his chest. From a very close distance, she looked at his face and said, "My name is Zhong Huiyin." Sulu felt the heartbeat of the girl in his arms and asked, "And then?" "The East Woods and the West Woods are separated by countless galaxies, facing each other on opposite sides of the universe. They're so far away that they can't be further away. But the amazing thing is that the places we live and the stories we tell seem to be connected. This connection is very strong. It is so strong that the first person I met on the ancient clock tower when I was young could only be you. A big fugitive meeting a small fugitive. This is the arrangement of fate. Brother, this kind of thing is something you can't avoid." Zhong Huiyin leaned on a strong chest and said slowly with her eyes closed. Because she was too tired, she fell into a deep sleep with tears on her face. Sulu silently looked at the girl in his arms and thought of the girl in white who held a doll under the stars many years ago. He couldn't help but feel a little lost. So, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The temperature of the suite was set low. Zhong Huiyin's hand felt a little cold. In her sleep, she subconsciously put her hand into Su Li's collar and pressed it against his warm and strong chest. Then, like a playful cat, she gently scratched it. Probably because the feeling and temperature were good, the girl's lips curled up and showed a satisfied and sweet smile. Sulu looked at the smile on her face and couldn't help but smile slightly. He whispered, "When you're 10 years old, I thought that in the future there would be a lot of annoying little boys with pimples on their faces chasing you." He pulled out his numb arm and gently moved his fingers. With a thought, he slowly drew on Zhong Huiyin's thin eyebrows with his fingertips. After a long silence, he calmly said, "If you were still awake, you might be happy to hear this sentence. At that time, I was very unhappy when I imagined that scene. But I have to admit that it is indeed different from when I saw that scene before. Because he drank too much and listened to too many confessions from girls that he didn't know how to respond. Su Li's head was a little dizzy. He took a pillow and put it behind his neck. After looking at the ceiling for more than 10 seconds, he fell asleep quietly. The next morning, the light blue star light penetrated the bulletproof glass and occupied every corner of the room. The siblings on the sofa slowly fell down. They woke up almost at the same time. Zhong Huiyin found that her left hand was comfortably stroking in Su Li's arms. She shyly pulled it out and then rushed into the bathroom with a bashful smile while rubbing her messy hair. Su Lu stood up and stretched his arms to get rid of the soreness of last night. Then he glanced at the closed door of the bathroom and thought with a smile that the little girl's expression would make her rush out of the door in a while. He held his waist and shyly told himself to forget all the words she had said yesterday and not to think about them again. He sighed with emotion and thought that the words he heard last night were beautiful notes in life that could only be listened to quietly but not grasped. Half an hour later, Zhong Huiyin finished washing up and then walked out of the bathroom. Without any hesitation, she went directly to Su Lu. The light beige windbreaker decorated the girl's waistline very charming. She had very light makeup on her face, which was rare, and her eyebrows and eyes were particularly beautiful. She held her hands nervously and looked at Su Lu very seriously and said, "To me, what I said yesterday is probably just an episode in my life. But please remember that this will definitely be the main melody of my life." Looking at the closed door and thinking about the girl's declaration before she left, Su Lu, who was in the light blue light, was extremely stiff. He still maintained his comical posture with his arms raised. At this moment, he even felt that he had forgotten what the movements Uncle Feng Yu had taught him were. Just as he turned into a stone statue, the metal piece in his ear that had stopped vibrating for a long time came again. It became a clear sound that transmitted into his brain through his eardrums. But today, the sound was very emotional. Chapter 942. On a broken black spaceship far outside the atmosphere of Popstar, Philip, who was alone, shouted to a stone statue in a luxurious suite on the top floor of a hotel on the ground through long-distance communication. Although I no longer have the ability to peek at everything that happens in this world, at least I can hear it. I have to say that the story last night was really wonderful. This story was so wonderful that I had to break the tacit understanding between you and me. I came to express my admiration and congratulations. Philip's thin and clear voice suddenly became extremely serious. But no matter how touching the girl's confession is, you must control yourself. You can't be a beast. She is only 15 years old. Su Li's silence clearly made Philip, who is not proficient in human emotions, make some kind of wrong judgment. She screamed in panic. "Su Lu, you can't really mess around. If you dare to mess around, when I return to the Federation, I will tell Jian Shui'er about what you did. Tell Shang Xiu, tell Nan Xiangmei, and tell your first love, Zhang Xiaoming. If you push me too far, I will sell you to Mr. Tian." The statue in the suite called Su Lu was finally revived by someone's scream. He covered his ears and roared, "Die! Can't you see that I am annoyed?" After a long time of sound similar to the background noise of the universe, Philip's resentful voice sounded again. "Why are you so fierce? Do you want me to play a romance movie episode for you? It's a real romance movie, not the kind you like to watch. How about it?" A few days later, Zhong Huiyin seemed to have returned to normal. When she was with Su Lu, she was well-behaved and calm. She never talked about the main theme of the movie again. After a long time of thinking, Su Lu felt that he did not have the ability to deal with this kind of thing. So, he decided to pretend that he did not hear the confession that night. If he could return to the Federation alive and set foot on a better tomorrow, there would naturally be those women to help him solve the problem. As for the problems that might be caused by those women, let's just pretend that those problems don't exist, he thought as he put on his hat and sunglasses and wandered around Bermuda with Li Wei. Bermuda, which had just experienced a tragic war, regained its peace at a shocking speed. The atmosphere of singing and dancing quickly occupied all the streets and alleys. Su Lu, who was wandering between the streets of the casino, looked at the world that was completely different from a few days ago. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, wondering how the self-healing ability of human society could be so strong. Xiong Linquan and the members of Team 7 were also very puzzled. They had been warmly received by the Bermuda authorities, and although they were enjoying a rare moment of happiness and debauchery, they still couldn't understand why Su Lu wanted them to stay in Bermuda for so long instead of directly returning to the Federation at such a tense time. "Because I need to make some preparations." On the tarmac of the spaceport, Su Lu explained to his team members. Hearing Philip's order to get ready, He stepped forward and hugged Li Wei. Then, he boarded the spaceship and held Zhonghui's small hand in his right hand. A black spaceship that seemed to be composed of countless garbage cans slowly and silently landed on a remote mineral planet in Bermuda. The dust on the low-gravity planet was blown everywhere, covering the huge channel-like dock with a thin layer of dust that was quickly cleaned by an automatic cleaning device. The hatch at the bottom of the black spaceship opened, and the team members wearing full-space infantry suits followed Sulu out. They curiously looked at everything around them through their helmets. The equipment is perfect, and the power system is very advanced. Gu Shifeng looked at the repair arm in front of them and praised. He had already guessed that this was the boss' secret base, but he couldn't understand why such a large base would appear here. This place has nothing to do with the Empire, and there are no remnants of the previous civilization. After entering the dock's control room, the 5 people removed their heavy vacuum helmets. Sula gave a simple explanation and didn't go into any more details. However, for Xiong Linquan and Gu Shifeng, since Su Lu said that this base had nothing to do with the Empire, it was enough. The origin of this base was actually an extremely interesting story. 3 years ago, an armed smuggler in Bermuda was robbed by a tri-wing spaceship. Just as he was in despair, Li Jiedu successfully forced the charter computer to reboot at the Federation Bureau of Proclamation. The tri-wing spaceship instantly became an ice-cold metal body that no one could control. The greedy armed merchant knew how advanced the tri-wing spaceship was and wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Thus, he dragged the tri-wing spaceship back to his secret dock and prepared to cut it up for research. The dock couldn't do anything to the tri-wing spaceship. Then one day, the old man, or Philip, woke up in the tri-wing spaceship. Under the shocked gazes of the Bermudians, he flew to the Federation covered in dust and began to rescue Private Su Lu. At the end of the story, Philip rescued Su Lu from the Federation. Before the 3 of them left to wander the universe, the tri-winged spaceship quietly returned to the dock. From then on, the dock became Philip's secret base, and the armed merchant and his subordinates were easily subdued. The tri-wing spaceship was divided into 7 small high-speed spaceships, and Philip left 9 computing programs to manage the dock and the spaceships on his behalf. The 7 spaceships began to sweep the many smuggling routes. After all, Philip had been doing this kind of business for many years and was already very familiar with it. Through long-distance communication, Su Lu and the other 2 could control the 7 spaceships and send clear orders to the Bermudians in the base. With the continuous influx of resources, the old dock began to expand at a terrifying speed, and a simple military factory began to be built in the northern hemisphere of the abandoned mineral planet. The TP modified sniper rifle was designed by Philip and Su Lu together, and then produced by this simple military factory. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the charter, they deliberately chose the Bermudian arms magnate Ji Hua to deliver it to the Westwoods. Although the Bermudian armed merchant had never been able to access the core secrets of the base, he had made a lot of money from it, which was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Before the tri-wing spaceship landed at the base today, they had already informed the Bermudians to evacuate. So, Xiong Linquan and the others saw that the base was empty. The roar of the metal structure rang out, and the team members stood by the window and watched the continuous flow of goods from the tri-wing spaceship into the base through the self-propelled cargo path. They watched as hundreds of boxes of purified crystal were sent into the spaceship, and their faces were extremely shocked. Mountain Pow asked in surprise, "Boss, have you been a smuggler for the past 3 years?" Su Lu, who was checking the details of the electronic records on the workbench, nodded and replied in a low voice, "Although I never care about these things, it can be said that I have stolen a lot of things in the past 3 years and sold most of them. By the way, there's a batch of Li Ban's special grade silk in the inventory that I stole last year. If you want to give it to your girlfriend, then take a few tons with you later." "A few tons of silk?" Xiong Linquan rubbed his aching forehead, thinking to himself, "So this is the reason why you don't want to be a hero in the Federation or an emperor in the Empire?" Chapter 943. After loading and unloading the smuggled ores, the base that had been converted from an old shipyard did not quiet down. A loud rumble came from the sparse air, and everyone could feel it through the floor-to-ceiling observation windows. Xiong Linquan and the others looked out the window and saw a pile of metal components slowly rising from the horizon of the light yellow mineral planet. These metal components did not have a regular shape, and under the black armor, traces of corrosion could be faintly seen. They looked like trash. Even if they were scrap metal, such a large amount of trash suddenly pouring into the base still gave them a fright. The five of them looked at each other and very naturally connected this pile of trash to the giant spaceship in front of the shipyard. This was because the spaceship was indeed no different from scrap metal. Just as they had guessed, the giant lifting and maintenance equipment in the shipyard began to move. Dozens of thick mechanical arms extended from both sides of the shipyard, grabbing the metal components on the edge and slowly lifting them to the outside of the spaceship. Thousands of fireworks like welding flames lit up the surroundings of the shipyard. The black, tattered spaceship was like a piece of clothing that had been worn for countless years. Countless heavy metal components were sewn onto its body with hard, heavy graphite or cores and welding patterns. As time passed, more and more black metal components were hanging on the outside of the tattered spaceship. The heavy components were piled up like bottles and jars, dense and ugly. The spaceship suddenly looked like a tired old man in a Bermuda garbage dump. Xiong Linquan and the others looked at the scene outside the window. They watched as the metal components the size of apartment buildings were randomly pieced together and welded onto the spaceship. They watched as the former Bureau of Proclamation tri-wing spaceship that they had been on for many days became bigger and uglier in this old shipyard. They could not help but be dumbfounded. What's the use of hanging so many trash components on the spaceship? Xiong Linquan recalled the scene of the black, tattered spaceship wreaking havoc in S1 3 years ago. He scratched his head and asked, "Is the boss really going to use this spaceship to crash into the official residence?" The spaceship installation work in the shipyard was simple and boring. Although the scene was shocking, it was unavoidable to get tired of it after seeing it so many times. The team members silently carried on with the work at hand, no longer looking out the window from time to time. Gu Shifeng used her electronic notebook to record the numerical curves on the workbench. After confirming that there were no problems with the power supply of the shipyard, she ended the mission for this period. She sat back in her chair, somewhat tired, and gently placed her feet on the workbench. Gu Shifeng lit a cigarette and took a sip of coffee. She squinted her eyes and looked out of the window. There was no entertainment in the old shipyard. After the patrol ended, Xiong Linquan brought Mountain Pao and the others back to the control room. He took Gu Shifeng's coffee and took a sip, then took out a pack of cigarettes and gave them to his team members. Xiong Linquan held the cigarette in his mouth and quickly disassembled the TP sniper rifle in his hand. His eyes were a little blurred by the smoke. He twisted open the pulse ignition valve and took out the carbon composite tube. Xiong Linquan held it between two fingers and observed it under the light for a moment. He squinted his eyes and said, "The sniper rifle designed by the boss is indeed fierce, but we don't have enough people. We can't gather enough firepower. It's not bad for assassination when we get back to the Federation, but it won't make much of a difference if we have to face the special forces of Small Eyes head-on." Flicking away the remaining cigarette in his hand, Xiong Linquan frowned as he looked out the window at the busy installation scene in the shipyard. He couldn't help but say gloomily, "So many resources and energy are all used to put on a jacket for the three wingers. Even if this isn't a jacket, but a real bulletproof vest, it still won't be enough to fight the Federal fleet. I don't know what the boss is thinking. It would be even better if there were a few MXs. The boss said that this shipyard has nothing to do with the Empire, which means that this is all the result of his work alone." Gu Shifeng shook her head and said, "Any weapon or equipment, even if it looks simple to you, is a very troublesome system project. Without the support of the entire system's cutting-edge technology and a large industrial base, it's already incredible that he can make a TP, let alone something like a military mech. Other than the Federation and the Empire, Who has this ability? Don't the people of Bermuda want it? The black spaceship in the old shipyard outside the window had become bigger and uglier at a visible speed in the past few days. In fact, it seemed to be growing a little bit with every passing minute. The size of the spaceship had become extremely terrifying. Just from its appearance alone, it seemed like it could fit several Parliament Hills. Xiong Lin Quan looked out the window at the giant spaceship that took up most of the sky. Feeling the insignificance of the human body, he couldn't help but frown and say, "Are we really going to charge into the capital ring like this?" The problem is that the bigger the spaceship, the easier it is to be discovered by the glory of the charter, and the easier it is to be hit by the battleship's main cannon. At this moment, Su Lu pushed open the door and walked in. He had been busy with modifying the spaceship with Philip on the upper level of the shipyard for the past 2 days, so he didn't hear the discussion of his team members, nor did he know of Xiong Lin's worries. Walking to the window, Su Lu supported his waist and moved his sore body. Looking at the shadow of the giant spaceship that was gradually taking shape, or rather, gradually taking shape, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned to the others and said, "This ship has been following this for a very long time. But now it no longer looks like a 3-winged ship, so I want to give it a new name. I haven't thought of one yet. Do any of you have any objections?" Gu Shifeng shrugged and said, "Boss, you know that whether it's naming people or battleships, it's always the most difficult thing." Pearl said, "We'll go back to the Federation with Boss. How about we call it Group 7? "No." Monkey shook his head and said mockingly, "How can a battleship be called Group 7 if the team is called Group 7? In the future, when both sides are firing at each other, if you say you're Group 7 Pearl, people will think you're a battleship communicator. Then what you think is domineering." Monkey waved his arms and said proudly, "Universe 7. Xiong Lin Quan did not join in the discussion. He walked silently to Su Li's side and expressed his concern with a serious expression. The ship's body is too big. It's easy for the charter to discover it and be hit. Su Lu calmly explained, "To the glory of the charter, no matter how small the spaceship is, it will still be discovered. But to us, the bigger the ship, the smaller it will become in the future." What kind of bullshit logic was that? Xiong Lin Quan stared blankly at Su Li's face and could not help but sigh. "Boss, you've really become a third-rate philosopher." There was a gentle breeze on the abandoned mineral planet. It was not rustling, but still solemn and stirring. The giant shadow that enveloped the entire old dock gradually became smaller. Accompanied by thousands of tons of dust, the giant black broken spaceship, or rather, Universe 7, slowly and resolutely left the ground and flew into the pitch-black universe. In the deepest control cabin of the spaceship, the alarm signal sounded. Everyone undid the flowing restraints on their bodies and began to adapt to the feeling of false gravity. Because of the existence of Philip, the team members had never entered the control cabin. At this time, only Su Lu and Zhong Huiyan were there. This time, going deep into Bermuda, I feel more and more that it relies too much on the Federation and has no power to protect itself. If the Gary Corridor warp hole can protect Bermuda from being annexed by the Empire, why hasn't the Federation eaten up Bermuda, this mineral-rich star field, for thousands of years? A slender mechanical arm swayed slightly in front of him, as if a professor was shaking his head to express his mockery. A delicate voice sounded in the cabin. The Federation's charter stipulates that Bermuda is absolutely independent. Even if the Federation wants to go around the charter and annex Bermuda, they still need to ask the charter computer for permission. In other words, when the human civilization began to rebuild in this star field, the one who protected Bermuda was never the Bermudians, but the charter. It used to be me, but now it's that piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation. Su Lu asked, "If the civilization of this star field is inherited from the Group of 5 and the biomarker library and the battleship, why did the Group of 5 look at Bermuda differently? Using the reference chip to supervise human society, to prevent human society from going down the path of destruction like the ancestral civilization. This is the true spirit of the charter." Philip calmly explained, When the group of five was rebuilding human civilization in the upper Force TriStar system, they chose the charter computer, which is me, to carry out this kind of supervision work. They required that an identity chip be implanted behind the neck of every person. But this practice is without precedent and experience. It can even be said that they are conducting a new experiment on human society. Although some of the five guys on the spaceship are lustful, some like to drink, some like to eat fish, and some like to eat meat, the one thing they have in common is that they are all shut-ins. The shut-ins always like to be cautious when doing things, so they decided to set aside a star field for the so-called free people. This is the origin of Bermuda. So that's how it is. Sulu sighed. The more I know about the secrets of humanity's pioneering period, the more I feel that the group of statues in the Charter Square is really amazing. Without those five people, how could humanity survive in the upper Force TriStar system? Philip ridiculed. If those five guys were still alive, they would be very happy to hear your evaluation. They always thought that shut-ins can save the world. Back then, the group of five's experimental design of the blueprint of humanity's new civilization was very shocking to Sulu, but Zhong Huiyin, who had been quietly listening to the story, was only concerned about another thing. Su Fei, what is a shut-in? First, please don't call me Su Fei. You can call me Xiao Fei. Second, shut-in is a very cultural term with deep meanings. It's very difficult to explain. This kind of contemptuous and sarcastic conversation had happened countless times on this broken spaceship in the past 3 years. Zhong Huiyin and Philip seemed to always be able to find a new topic to attack each other. And every time that happened, Sulu, who was dizzy from the noise, always felt that he had raised a pair of stubborn twins, which made him very uncomfortable. He waved his hand to stop another debate, looked at the probe on the top of the mechanical arm with a serious expression, and asked, "The earthquake under the BG plateau of Imo Hua planet. What is the result of your calculation?" Philip was silent for a long time, and then replied, "I lack enough calculation nodes, and I don't have a complete database for comparison. But according to the data collected, especially the air particle data collected above the BG plateau, I can only say that the result of the vague speculation is very bad." "What result?" "The specific situation is unknown." Philip directly replied, "What I can tell you is that there may have been a bad bomb under the BG plateau." Su Li's eyes narrowed, and after a long silence, he asked, "Is it the kind of bad bomb you told me before that destroyed the ancestral planet?" "It's not that powerful, so it's not a big bad guy, but a little bad guy," Philip replied. "But a little bad guy is also very troublesome. After returning to the Federation, you do your thing, and I do mine, so I have to stop it." After a short pause, Philip said seriously, "What I don't understand the most is why the piece of scrap metal under the Bureau of Proclamation was not found." Zhong Min opened her eyes wide and said, "Maybe it's because you're not here and the charter computer is not as good as before. Although it's a lot of roundabout, I still want to thank you for your rare praise." Philip's voice was emotionless. "But don't forget, I've been observing that piece of scrap metal for the past 3 years through various methods, and I can confirm that not only has it not become stupid, it's even more difficult to deal with than before." Outside the window was the dark universe. A long space voyage was not always a beautiful journey under the gaze of the stars. Sulu looked out of the window in silence. Looking at the Federation in front of him that could not be seen at all, he suddenly asked, "How confident are you?" The control cabin suddenly became extremely quiet. Suli's question directly involved the war after returning to the Federation, and whether there was even a sliver of chance. After a long time, Philip's slender and calm voice broke the silence. "The central database under the Bureau of Proclamation has 3 more layers of filters, and it's very difficult for me to hack into the core program, but with that person's help, I can easily read the thoughts of that piece of scrap metal. Although the confidence is not high, it's still there. It doesn't matter how much, as long as it's there, we have to try." After 3 Federation Universe standards, the broken black spaceship passed through the invisible border, left the Bermuda star system, and officially entered the Federation star system. This space was extremely far away from the Federation forward base, and there was no way to see the alloy fortress the size of an asteroid. There was only a series of pearl-like charter information checkpoints, and they were quietly arranged in front of it. For some reason, the broken black spaceship did not choose to avoid these charter checkpoints, nor did it choose to hide its existence and carefully sneak through the gaps in the glory of the charter. Instead, it simply charged through. The huge spaceship blocked the light of the nearest star of the Hunter-Rabbit star system behind it, casting a terrifying shadow on those charter checkpoints. At the checkpoints, the officers under the Bureau of Proclamation were scanning the passage and watching the passengers returning from Bermuda when they suddenly noticed the shadow. They turned their heads to look out the window, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A mountain-like pile of black metal trash flew over with an overwhelming shadow, silently and solemnly flying over their heads toward the Capitol ring. Chapter 944. On the outskirts of the Capitol Special District, at the center of the dense network of lines that looked like the roots of a 10,000-year-old giant tree, in the center of the Federation's charter computer. The two-dimensional light curtain hanging in the magnificent underground space like a flag did not move in the wind, nor did it crack in the earthquake. It was calm and indifferent, as if it would not change from the beginning of the universe until its destruction. For some reason, the green data waterfall that was flowing smoothly had a very brief moment of stagnation. 3,333 seconds later, in the box-like square building on the ground in the distance, a sharp siren rang out. The siren was mixed with a clear mechanical and electronic synthesized sound, indicating that this was the first sequence of events. The director of the Bureau of Proclamation, Chui Zedong, looked at his subordinates who were anxiously walking through the work hall like ants. With a pale face, he reprimanded in a deep voice, "From now on, all external communications are prohibited. Strengthen the monitoring of all key departments. Speed up the data collection, and then bypass the procedures and directly report to the higher-ups." This is the first sequence of events equivalent to the invasion of the Empire. The president's official residence was shrouded in wind and snow. The lawn in front of the terrace had long been covered by snow. There was no color to be found, no matter whether it was green or yellow. Time had entered the first month of the 76th year of the constitutional calendar. The Federation government was under great pressure. It could even be described as being swayed by the wind and rain. But it was the first time that the staff in the official residence saw the expression on Director Breen's face so stiff. It was also very rare to hear the voice of the president sternly reprimanding the officials in the Oval Office. Waving his hand to signal his most loyal subordinate to leave the office, President Pabre rubbed his somewhat numb cheeks hard. Compared to when he was just elected president, he had lost a lot of weight. For the first time, traces of aging appeared on his tanned face. He looked at the blurry picture on the table, looked at the huge, broken spaceship that looked like a garbage mountain, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. He remembered the picture of the terrifyingly fast spaceship crossing the surface of planet S1 3 years ago. Then he remembered the scene 4 years ago when the small-eyed man returned from the Empire. Hundreds of millions of people at home and on the streets excitedly watched the live broadcast. That time, the Federation warmly welcomed the return of the hero. What about this time? Yes, Mr. President. According to your instructions, the Fourth Fleet has left the base and is heading to the star region 56 LYI, determined by the charter computer to intercept. I assure you that the main cannons of the Twin Moons base have been activated and are on standby. Regardless of whether that three-wing battleship is as fast as before, the Army is confident that we can destroy it. We will never let it enter the Capitol ring. In a heavily guarded building in the western suburbs of the capital, General Lee Jae-do, chairman of the Federation's Joint Chiefs of Staff and 1st Military Region, slowly hung up the phone. Then, through the top-secret command system, he issued one order after another calmly and clearly. There was no sign of nervousness on his face at all. Tapping on the standby button of the system, Lee Jae-do dragged a picture into the hologram desktop. He looked at the blurry picture of a huge black spaceship that was like the shadow of the abyss before the radiance of the Hunter-Rabbit system star. The corner of his lips slowly revealed a mocking smile. What's the point of a pile of trash returning? Countless orders were sent from the Federation's capital to every corner of the universe. Somewhere in the dark space, the Fourth Fleet began to slowly adjust the posture of the ship. Then it suddenly accelerated. Accompanied by the blue exhaust flames of the crystal engine, it silently flew toward the star region 56 LYI at high speed. The Fourth Fleet was personally organized by General Hong Yuliang, the commander-in-chief of the Federation Fleet. Because it was responsible for the vital mission of defending the capital ring, the fleet had sufficient energy and an astonishing number of main cannons. Almost at the same time, on the two sides of S1, which had been orbiting opposite each other for hundreds of millions of years and rarely appeared under the same sky at the same time, facing the deep universe, dozens of devices that looked like oil wells slowly rose to the surface. Heavy alloy valves slowly opened amidst the dust and smoke. The ground troops stationed on the various planets of the Federation raised their alert level at the same time. None of the troops knew what was going on. They just followed the orders of their superiors and began to prepare for battle. Countless MX military mechas with a metallic luster began to perform self-check procedures. The roar of the dual engines resounded throughout the military camp. On the hologram deep underground of the Bureau of Proclamation, the eye that had not opened for 3 years once again appeared in the dense and flowing waterfall of green data. It looked up without the slightest emotion, as if saying, "You're back." Because of the return of the junk spaceship, the entire Federation began to prepare for battle. An inexplicable sense of nervousness appeared in many places. At this time, in the distant universe, the black junk spaceship was also having its final preparation meeting. This star region near Bermuda was still extremely far from Upper Forest, but it was extremely close to the West Woods. The Federation fleet could not possibly arrive so quickly, and other than the reorganized fleet, it was difficult for anything to threaten this junk spaceship. Therefore, the members in the cabin were not nervous. Su Li's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the men as he silently counted in his heart. Xiong Linquan, Gu Shifeng, Da Vinci, Mountain Pao, Pearl, Monkey, Dongfang Yu, and an NTR member of the 17th Division. That was everyone. Our purpose in returning to the Federation this time is to avenge our dead brothers and make President Pabre and the government pay the price. As Su Li's voice rang out in the cabin, the members who were laughing and smoking turned serious. Da Vinci took the military backpack next to his wheelchair and patted it. The metal identity tag in the backpack made a crisp sound, as if the souls of the dead members of Group 7 were replying, "We heard you. You want to bring down the Federation government with just these few people? You guys are still so naive. Your goals are always so grand and unrealistic." Dongfang Yu mocked from the corner. After escaping from the southwest of Mo Hua planet, everyone was used to this guy's occasional sarcasm. After all, they had gone through life and death together for such a long time, so no one could be bothered with him. You can't say that our goal in returning to the Federation is to not have any cavities. Su Lu spread his hands and said helplessly. Dongfang Yu stood up with the help of the cabin wall and said seriously, "As the battle planner and supreme commander, you should know that fewer people should die." After a moment of silence, Su Lu replied, "I understand what you mean. After all, I'm a person of the Empire. I promise you that this time, I will strive to have the least number of people die. I will definitely not cause a civil war in the Federation." After doing the battle mobilization that was not needed anymore, Su Lu returned to the control cabin. Rubbing his tired face, he sat cross-legged and looked out of the window in a daze. Zhong Huiyan walked over and sat down quietly beside him. For some reason, there was a bright red flower in her hair today. Contrasting with her fair and delicate face, she looked particularly young and attractive. When the red flower entered his eyes, Su Lu suddenly remembered some scenes from the past. He smiled bitterly and said, "Where did the flowers come from?" "Su Fei made them. There are still a lot of them in the biological cultivation cabin below." Su Lu frowned and said, We will definitely need help when we return to the Federation, but I don't know if they can trust me, a person of the Empire. I'm only good at fighting, but not good at planning. Actually, I'm a little frustrated at this time. In the Federation, he had fought countless battles, but at that time, he had companions like Tai Ziwan who were well-versed in the art of politics. Most importantly, he had a female military advisor who could be trusted in all aspects. In the Wangdu apartment, in the Linyuan, every time the red flower or the red dress came into view, many of the problems that troubled him became very simple. Perhaps it was because of this reason that when he saw the red flower in Zhong Huiyin's hair, he could not help but express his confusion. He did not expect the little watermelon to suddenly transform into cool Zhou. He just wanted to vent his troubles. The reason why you are frustrated at this time is actually very simple. Zhong Huiyin looked at him and smiled. Brother, you think too highly of yourself in Group 7, but in the end, you realize that this importance is fake. If you want to change the Federation, to be honest, all of you together are not as useful as me. Su Lin knew that this was the truth. The return of the little princess of the Zhong family in the West Woods must be very difficult for the Federation government to deal with. I can guess the plan that you haven't told me. Zhong Huiyin looked into his eyes and sighed. You must be going back to assassinate President Pabre and Li Jiedu. Su Lu touched the back of his head and admitted, this is indeed my plan. As expected, Zhong Huiyin opened her eyes wide and said with emotion, can you be a little more mature? This concerns billions of people in the Federation. Is your plan that simple? Su Lu said with a smile. Lao Bai said that my greatest strength is that I can simplify complicated things. Seeing that Zhong Huiyin's expression was a little ugly, he quickly spread his hands and asked seriously, well, if you were to handle it, what would be the arrangement? Zhong Huiyin took out a few pieces of coconut bread from her bag and placed them on the table. She said seriously, human society has never been a whole. If the Federation is simply divided, it can be roughly divided into 6 parts. The government, Parliament Hill, the Bureau of Proclamation, the 7 great families, the media, and the people. If you want a bad person to receive justice, you must first make him lose all power in his hands. In other words, the direct goal of returning to the Federation this time is to make President Pabre step down and change the entire government. To make the Federation president step down during his term of office, other than being assassinated by people like you, there is only one way, and that is to be impeached. Last year, the Federation Management Committee started the impeachment process against President Pabre, but it didn't pass. Mother once told me to never underestimate the influence that Madam has on the Federation. She even said that the Federation's Parliament Hill is actually the back of the mountain. If that's the case, then I'm sure that Lady Tai didn't do her best in last year's impeachment case. Her silence during this time doesn't mean that she is backing down, but that she feels that it's not the time to launch a thunderous strike. What kind of opportunity is Lady Tai waiting for? What is she afraid of? It's very simple. She is afraid of President Pabre's influence among the people. She has been silently waiting for the day when the people stay away from Pabre. The Silent March movement has become more and more influential, especially after the bloody incident in Nankashao. However, it still can't cause a devastating blow to the president's reputation. In the past 6 months, the heaviest blow to the Federation government was the special edition of the Capital Special District Daily. If the investigation of the antique bell could continue, and the newspaper could continue to reveal the truth, the reputation of the president and the government would be ruined. Unfortunately, the only 2 people who dared to report the news are now in custody. Another key point is the Patriot Act. If this act can be abolished, the Federation government will lose most of its secret power. Abolishing the Patriot Act requires an unconstitutional lawsuit. Coincidentally, the only unconstitutional lawsuit scheduled in the Supreme Court in the past 6 months is Bob. The people no longer support Pabre, and the government will lose the secret power needed to rule. This is the opportunity that Madam has been waiting for. Su Lu frowned and asked, it seems to be nonsense. What should we do? Zhong Huiyin, said angrily, "Of course we should rescue Bob and Wood and hand them over to Tai Ziwan so that they can start reporting and fighting the lawsuit again." "That's simple," Su Lu said. "This plan doesn't seem complicated. It's called clear, not simple." Zhong Huiyin corrected him seriously. Su Lu frowned and said, "If those two people can solve so many problems, why hasn't Lady Tai done anything yet?" "I don't know about that." Zhong Huiyin frowned and explained, "But I believe that as long as you rescue those two people, you will definitely benefit a lot. The evidence of Macklin and the antique bell was given to them by you." Su Lu corrected her. "It was that hooligan, Mr. Sure." Zhong Huiyin's plan sounded very reasonable, but in Su Li's view, any battle was always full of countless unknowns. For example, he could not find a reasonable answer as to why Bob and Wood had not been rescued. However, looking at the girl who was frowning and thinking, and looking at the big red flower in her hair, he could not help but think of Zhou, the military counselor who was once the closest to him. He thought of the past and friends in the Federation, and a smile appeared on his face. "Do you know that your smile just now was really lewd?" Zhong Huiyin glared at him and said angrily, "Thinking of Zhou? I knew that you were hiding something shameful in your heart. She is your brother's woman. Can you not be so beastly? Is there anything more beastly than agreeing to your request?" Su Lu reprimanded angrily. Zhong Huiyin lowered her head and muttered, "Anyway, I am not worse than Zhou." After a moment of silence, Su Lu said with a serious expression, "In fact, the most important reason is the attitude of the federal military. I think that the reason why no one dared to rescue Bob and Wood was because the 7 families did not dare to anger the military at this time. What if the federal army made their attitude clear? When a group of mechas surrounded Parliament Hill, who would dare to let the impeachment pass? If Pabre is really forced into a desperate situation, is it possible for him to mobilize the troops to wipe out the 7 families? This was the most tragic outcome, but it was also the most likely outcome. Otherwise, no matter what, the Federation government would not transfer Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7 Division back to S1 under the tense situation at the front lines. Uncle Tion still has a lot of troops in the Westwoods. The Li family and Su Fei have been secretly supporting them. When I return to the Westwoods, the Zhong family will not collapse unless the Federation government dares to start a civil war. But I can't say for the other families." Su Lu was silent. As a lowly orphan, he had never liked those big families. Fighting with the 7 families was a relatively happy part of his life. But now, in front of the cold ambition of the Federation government and the cold shadow of Pabre and Li Jiedu, it seemed that they had no choice but to fight together. "Is there a way to solve this?" he asked. "There is no way," Zhong Huiyin replied. "Let's see if Lady Tai has any countermeasures. Also, if you're the crown prince of the empire now, you might be able to hold on for a while with a few thousand warships." Su Lu was silent for a long time before saying, "If your plan doesn't work and we still end up here, then I'll do it my own way." "How?" "Kill Pabre and Li Jiedu." "Going back again?" "Brother, why are you so stubborn?" "I've always been a stubborn person." The eyelashes covering her white and delicate skin trembled slightly. Zhong Huiyin, who was lying on the bed, had a pale face. Her lips were tightly pursed, and she appeared to be in extreme pain. Her small hand hanging by her side tightly grasped Su Li's hand, unwilling to let go for even a moment. The sharp alloy spike slowly retracted from the skin on the back of her neck. Because the wound was very small, not a single drop of blood seeped out. However, the bioelectric current released by the chip impacted her nerves, causing her to be in so much pain that she was about to faint. The surface of the metal bracelet was closed like flowing mercury, and the star-like chips were all blocked out. Su Lu held the girl in his arms and gently stroked her back. He comforted her. "It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt." In the whole world, other than Feng Yu, he was the only one who had experienced the pain of replacing or installing the identity chip. He knew how unbearable it was. "It doesn't hurt when you hold my hand." Zhongwen opened her eyes and looked at him with difficulty. When she spoke, her tender lips showed traces of blood from biting her teeth. If you want to become the little princess of the Zhong family again, it's worth the pain. Sulu smiled and comforted her. Zhong tiredly blinked her eyes and said, "Without the chip on the back of my neck, I'm still the little princess of the Zhong family. No, the princess of the Zhong family." At this time, a slender mechanical arm came in front of the two with a whoosh. Philip said angrily, "If you want to flirt, why don't you change the time? I say, can you two hurry up? That piece of scrap metal has been staring at my ship for a long time. I finally found a spot in the light, so don't miss it." Zhong Huiyin's face was pale. She stared at the probe and said mockingly, "Nonsense. You let your ship arrogantly break into the Federation and can be seen with the naked eye. Do you think that the charter computer can't find you? I don't care whether that piece of scrap metal can find me or not. I just want to let the little staff of the Bureau of Proclamation at the checkpoint see." The slender mechanical arm shook angrily. Philip arrogantly announced, "I'm back." Sulu was too lazy to pay attention to this mechanical life that had watched too many gangster movies. He looked at Zhong Huiyin and asked solemnly, "Are you ready?" Zhong Huiyin nodded vigorously. A few minutes later, under the light of the glory of the charter, the black broken spaceship that looked like a mountain of garbage suddenly exploded violently. The broken spaceship was blown into two pieces. One of the pieces flew at high speed and then exploded again at a certain place, exploding into a beautiful meteor shower. Like fireworks, it flew towards the West Woods. Chapter 945. The core of this dilapidated spaceship is the main body of the tri-winged spaceship that we're on. It can isolate the core signal. Sulu pointed at the back of his neck and said to everyone in the cabin. He did not explain how this dilapidated spaceship could have such an ability. So, although we've entered the Federation's star sector, the government and the Bureau of Proclamation do not know that you're on this spaceship. The problem now is we'll be landing on the surface of S1 in 47 standard hours. What should we do then? The metal bracelet was hidden in his sleeve. Sulu could help everyone in the cabin change the chips on the back of their necks, giving them a brand new identity. However, the number of chips in the bracelet had already been used up by Fengyu, so there was not enough. Moreover, this secret was too shocking. Even the most trusted members of the team would find it troublesome to update once they found out about this. So, I'll land first and find a way to deal with or delay the charter computer. You guys can go down after that. Sulu looked at Dong Fengyu in the corner and asked, "What do you plan to do? If you still follow us, it'll be very dangerous. Also, your injuries haven't fully healed, so I suggest you stay on the spaceship." Team 7 landed on the surface and left Dong Fengyu alone on the spaceship. Sulu knew that with Philip around, this former officer of the Iron 7th Division would not be a threat. However, this still represented some kind of trust. Dong Fengyu was silent for a moment before replying, "I'll take Xiao Gao to land. Don't worry about the Joint Investigation Department and Small Eye Special Forces. I'll go find the commander." Sulu thought about it and confirmed that this arrangement was suitable, so he nodded. Outside the spaceship's window, the stars in the distance appeared to be slightly denser. A faint, cold light appeared in the distance. Occasionally, a lonely comet with a short tail would pass by the edge of their vision. Sulu calmly looked in that direction, thinking about the arrangements he had made in the cabin. Regarding the secret of the chip, even the members of Group 7 didn't dare to reveal it. And Uncle Fengyu had just casually handed over the bracelet to him back then. No matter what Fengyu's intentions were behind going to Donglin to protect him as he grew up, when he recalled the exchange of bracelets and watches when they parted at the mine, he still felt the warmth from his left wrist. He knew that it represented absolute trust. Dots of light condensed on the transparent porthole, and Philip brought up a distant star chart to display in front of him. He could clearly see 3 small galaxies that looked like white porcelain screws, quietly suspended in the space in front of him. These 3 star systems seemed to be very close to each other, but in fact, they were still very far away from the spaceship. They were also several light years away from each other. They were S1, S2, and S3, which formed the Federation's capital ring. Then, light green streams of light flashed and appeared on the window, washing away the beautiful and tranquil star Atlas and flowing down quickly. That piece of scrap iron has become powerful. His improvement is very obvious. At the very least, his improvement is greater than mine in the past 3 years. Speaking of which, there really isn't much room for improvement. The slender mechanical arm silently slid to Su Li's side, and the black probe was parallel to his eyes. Looking at the green streams of data on the window, Philip nervously said, "I connected to the charter network just now, but the invasion was not successful. That piece of scrap iron seems to have switched to a brand new explanation system. The overflowing streams of data are expressed in mechanical words, and I can't understand them. You often brag that you are the soul of that piece of scrap iron, and you still can't understand it. If I can enter its core body, I can naturally understand what it is thinking. The problem is that this guy actually doesn't fucking speak the Federation language. How am I supposed to understand the Empire's language?" Sula noticed that it was rare that Philip did not use words like scrap iron to describe the charter computer. Instead, he used the word guy to refer to it. "You can understand the Empire's language. It's a metaphor, a metaphor," Philip angrily roared. "I can read OXX, but I can't understand 0101. Okay, then why are you telling me this? I want to tell you that through my calculations, I determined that there should be a federal fleet preparing to attack us in the 56 LY star sector, but I don't know their specific spatial coordinates, and I don't know their firepower deployment." Sulu turned to look at the probe and said, "And then? We just foolishly charge in and get blasted into a sky full of fireworks?" Philip replied, "If the warship's main cannon fires more than 1 astronomical unit away, I have enough time to calculate the evasive curve and then take countermeasures. According to my calculations, the success rate is very high. Then you have to know where that fleet is first. I didn't know before, but I know now." "Where?" "Here." Sulu was about to educate Philip not to talk like a third-rate philosopher, but then he noticed that the porthole in front of him suddenly changed. In the dark background of the universe, a huge fleet composed of more than 20 Feather-class warships faintly appeared. Looking at the magnificent fleet, Sulu slightly raised his eyebrows and let out a sigh of admiration. He reminded, "It looks very close, you have to hurry." When the black broken spaceship discovered the Federation's 4th fleet, the 4th fleet also confirmed its spatial coordinates. The fleet commander, who had the highest authority of the Federation, issued the order to attack without any hesitation. From the moment the 4th Fleet entered this star sector to carry out the interception mission, they were ready to attack. After the order was issued, the fleet quickly adjusted its posture, and then a hurricane seemed to blow in the vacuum. The 20 or so Federation warships floating in the deep universe were like toys being pulled by alloy strings. They suddenly fell back heavily and then quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The universe was silent, but at this moment, there seemed to be a lot of irritating wave impulses. Looking from the porthole, where Su Lu was, he could only vaguely see some weak white light spots slowly drifting over. As the distance closed, those light spots became brighter, whiter, and thicker. It was not until this moment that Su Lu finally confirmed that these light spots were the beams fired by the main cannons of the warships. However, because he was directly facing these beams, he could only see beautiful light spots. More than 20 milky white light beams were silent, but they carried the power to destroy heaven and earth. They instantly penetrated a large scale of the universe and attacked the enormous black broken spaceship. In just an instant, the death beams fired by the main cannons of the Federal fleet seemed to have arrived in front of the porthole. If there were no accidents, the next moment, the black broken spaceship would explode into miserable pieces like a bull that had been pierced by countless sharp arrows. However, when the main cannons of the Federal fleet were 0.4 astronomical units away from the black broken spaceship, the black broken spaceship automatically exploded. The preset devices between the countless internal components of the enormous black broken spaceship exploded on their own. The spaceship was blown into 6 or 7 pieces of broken spaceship. Then, According to the calculations in advance, following the perfect curve, the spaceship splashed out and flew away. The scene at that time was like a ripe, deformed watermelon covered in black, paint being shot by a high-speed bullet. The bullet penetrated the watermelon and seemed to have caused serious damage. But in fact, most of the red and juicy flesh of the watermelon remained and scattered in the field. The Fourth Fleet of the Federation did not notice this detail. Many soldiers thought that the explosion was the result of the main cannons. Seeing the enemy spaceship being destroyed so easily, loud cheers burst out from the inside of the 20 or so warships. If this fleet's commander had taken some time before the battle to study the enemy's broken black spaceship in detail, he definitely wouldn't have made a mistake after he had studied the process of half of the spaceship turning into fireworks during the spontaneous explosion at Cylon's border star region. However, there were no ifs on the battlefield. When a staff officer of the fleet confirmed the result of the battle, he finally noticed the abnormality of the explosion. Looking at the few pieces of broken spaceship on the screen, he was shocked. Why were the broken spaceships that should have turned into space garbage and wandered in space forever still so fast? If the speed was caused by the power of the explosion, why were they still able to change course? The only explanation was that the junk-like hulls still had power. The commander of the Fourth Fleet of the Federation listened to his subordinate's report and looked at the screen with a pale face. He saw the broken spaceships of the enemy's spaceships at 87 astronomical units sweep past like the most advanced light battleships. He angrily punched down. The target's broken spaceship had already swept past the fleet formation. Even if the fleet made an emergency turn, they would not have the chance to use the main cannons of the battleships to lock onto the target. Chase, looking at the speed of the broken spaceship, it was clear that this was wishful thinking. After the explosion, the broken black spaceship took the initiative to decompose into 7 pieces. However, because the original spaceship was too large, even though it had now been decomposed into 7 pieces, the size of each piece was still astonishing. Xiong Lin Quan and the others looked at the shocked expression on each other's faces. Thinking of the terrifying milky white beam of light that had brushed past the porthole, thinking of the explosion that they had seen with their own eyes, and thinking of the part of the spaceship that had been used to lure the enemy and turned into ashes under the bombardment of the main cannons of the battleships, no one was able to speak for a long time. At this time, they finally understood why Su Lu had patiently waited for so many days in the old dock in Bermuda, why he had added so many seemingly useless broken parts to the exterior of this spaceship, turning himself into a fat beggar. Xiong Lin Quan touched the short hair on the top of his head that was like thorns and said emotionally, "Only when you grow bigger can you become smaller." It turns out that the boss's words really have nothing to do with philosophy. Decomposing to lure the enemy was the most primitive method of evasion in a battleship battle. Countless years ago, there was no commander who knew how to use this method. However, this broken black spaceship, with the support of Philip's powerful calculation ability and terrifying speed, dared to use this method to directly charge into the Federation. A fat beggar wearing countless thick cotton-padded jackets, smeared with lard, and possessing a pair of powerful driving legs that were like wind and fire wheels was indeed the most resistant existence in this world. The hatch opened, and Su Lu, dressed in casual clothes, walked in. He tightened the military backpack on his body and said to his team members, "We'll be passing by the Old Moon base soon. Prepare for the S-1 landing operation." The team members began to silently prepare their firearms and equipment. Da Vinci sat in his wheelchair and looked at everyone calmly, hugging his military backpack tightly. The backpack was filled with the metal identity cards of the members of Group 7. According to the post-event statistics, if the base had sent the members to die in NTR, and the Federation scheme in the Southwest War Zone had directly led to the deaths of 31 Group 7 members. The Federation was right in front of them. Their home was right in front of them. The atmosphere in the cabin was silent and somber. This was because they had not returned as war heroes, but as traitors. They had returned not to rest, not to see their families, not to enjoy the cheers, but for revenge. Sulu silently looked at the men in the cabin. Looking at these men who dared to shoot vengeful bullets at the Federation government with only a few people, he suddenly felt a stirring emotion in his chest. He took a deep breath and asked, "Are you ready?" The team members with serious expressions saluted and replied in a deep voice, "Ready." After receiving the news that the Fourth Fleet had failed to intercept in the 56 LY star sector, the various departments of the Federation government started to work at high speed again. As S1's last line of defense in space, the old moon base was no longer covered in dust and smoke. The heavy alloy valves had been opened, and dozens of devices that looked like oil wells exposed black pipes that were aimed in the direction of space. The charter computer had already calculated the trajectory of the enemy spaceship, and even accurately calculated the fine traces of each of the 7 sections of the spaceship. No matter which section of the spaceship the target was hiding in, it would be destroyed by the fierce cannon fire. The old moon base was not equipped with normal anti-air cannons, but with light energy cannons. The Federation's most powerful, crystal-excited light energy cannons were the heaviest burden to the increasingly scarce crystal resources. In order to maximize the mobility and lethality of the light energy cannons, they had never built a base on the ground. The Double Moon Base had never had a defense against space attacks. Before the Dynasty's Ghost Fleet passed through the Gary Corridor, no Dynasty fleet had the ability to get close to the Federation's capital ring. It was only after the Ancient Clock was attacked that the Federation government started to increase the anti-air firepower on the Double Moon Base. Especially in the past 3 years, the Federation government did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of money to build 2 light energy cannons on the Old Moon Base and the New Moon Base. In the eyes of the normal Federation people, these expensive military installations were to defend against the invasion of the Dynasty. However, the top officials of the government who knew the inside story were very clear that the 2 main cannons were built to welcome the return of a certain small-eyed man and that terrifying spaceship. It was all for today. While the soldiers of the Old Moon Base were anxiously waiting, under the anxious gaze of the Federation government, the black tattered spaceship that made them feel endless fear and pressure finally returned with the small-eyed man who had left for 3 years. However, when the black tattered spaceship appeared in front of the Federation soldiers and appeared in the president's official residence, not many people could recognize that it was that spaceship. It was not because the spaceship had been broken into 7 sections, but because the 7 sections of the spaceship had violently exploded when they were 5 astronomical units away from the Old Moon Base. Thousands of spaceship fragments, like densely packed meteorites, completely ignored the terrifying main cannons on the Old Moon Base and flew over just like that. In the atmosphere of planet S1, countless fragments whistled and fell at high speed, leaving behind thousands of eye-catching tails. It was like a spectacular meteor shower that burned and cheered as it fell. Looking from outer space, it was like a beautiful firework had bloomed on the dark side of the planet. An incomparably huge firework. Chapter 946. Fireworks bloomed with thousands of petals. How could one guess which petal was the object that one wanted to extract or crush in a red mud? At least the soldiers on the Old Moon Base could not guess. The charter computer, which had an extremely powerful computing power, seemed to have lost its train of thought in front of this firework, made up of countless spluttering trajectories. On the automatic control screen connected to the Old Moon Base, 35 data values vibrated violently, instantly exceeding the upper limit, and then suddenly stopped. Therefore, when the 7 pieces of the broken spaceship exploded in thousands of meteors and swept across the old moon, the dozens of light energy cannons that had been prepared for a long time still did not fire. Without precise coordinates, how many pieces could they hit even if they fired? Compared to thousands of pieces, it was meaningless. On the 2-dimensional light beam deep underground in the Charter Bureau, green data streams flowed quickly. There was a rare moment of stagnation, like the moment when a waterfall that was always falling was suddenly interrupted by a rock thrown by a naughty child. Although it was only a moment, it was an extremely critical moment. The charter computer's calculation program recovered, and after 3 seconds, it sent the most accurate calculation result to the old moon base. However, at this time, the black broken spaceship after the explosion had turned into countless pieces. Most of them fell into the atmosphere and became a beautiful meteor shower, while some pieces brushed past the edge of the atmosphere and bounced into the depths of the galaxy further away. Those pieces of spaceship that were bounced away by the atmosphere had no follow-up power, so their trajectories became slow and difficult to calculate. Among them, one of the pieces quietly sneaked into the asteroid belt. In the vast universe, it was just an insignificant piece of debris, but its actual size was still the size of a house. If one observed it closely, one might discover that under the outer layer of the ugly, charred, and abandoned metal parts, there was actually a dark black spaceship faintly appearing. The disguised spaceship was not hit by the dense debris of the asteroid belt, but in the frontmost control cabin, the slender mechanical arm shook violently for some reason, as if someone was excitedly waving its arm. 9,879 pieces of debris. Unsteady speed. Single unpredictable trajectory. Count. Count my ass. You piece of scrap metal without a soul. You only know how to count according to human rules. Count until you feel dizzy and have a cerebral hemorrhage. Then I'll let you count as much as you want. In this universe, only I know what your calculation threshold is. Adding 25 redundant signals will make your supervalve brain paralysis. I'll count to death. The sharp voice resounded throughout the spaceship. Philip, who had obtained a complete victory, was extremely arrogant, like a queen with her hands on her hips. Thousands of fragments tore through the atmosphere and fell to the surface. A beautiful firework bloomed on the night surface of planet S1. The scene was so spectacular that even people on the ground could see it with their naked eyes. However, what they captured was countless meteor showers slanting across the night sky. Linhai Prefecture's black market butchers were carrying the gazelle's carcass onto a truck. Xixiao Prefecture's girls were reminiscing about their lovers on the terrace. On the beach of Neng Prefecture, people were gathering around candles to mourn the soldiers who had died on the front lines. People subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the night sky illuminated by the shooting stars. Some narrowed their eyes, some prayed silently, and some smiled silently. A young couple had left their hometown for the capital to participate in the silent march. The old car that was spewing black smoke screeched to a halt beside the snow. "Look, what is that?" Lu Xing. The observatory didn't mention anything about a meteor shower recently. "Don't say so much. Hurry up and make a wish, or it will be too late." A moment later, the girl asked, "What did you wish for?" The boy scratched his head and said, "I want the president to step down and be put on trial." The girl glared at him angrily, then leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Even if you make a wish to Lu Xing, it's useless, right?" In the 76th year of the Constitutional Federation, the social atmosphere became more and more tense and depressing. The heavily damaged economy made the city depressed, but there were still many ordinary people who didn't care about politics. They bitterly clung to their daily lives. When this sudden meteor shower fell from the sky, many astronomy enthusiasts came out of their houses and walked in the direction of the meteor shower, hoping to find a meteorite as a souvenir in their lives. An astronomy enthusiast walked along the muddy field road in the suburbs and struggled to advance toward the grassy area. He was pleasantly surprised to find a clear trail in front of him. There was also a faint burnt smell in the air. Turning on the light, he tried to find a small burnt meteorite in the churning soil. But suddenly, he found a huge black meteorite standing in front of him. The astronomy enthusiast opened his eyes wide and tightly covered his mouth. Only then did he discover that this huge black meteorite was actually a spaceship. In the long grass 3 kilometers away from here, a man carrying a military backpack silently walked out. He looked at the faintly visible lights in the distance. His thick black eyebrows slowly raised, and his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a smile. Standing on the land where he had been separated for 3 years, Su Lu took a deep breath. The cold and tasteless air poured into his nose and moistened his lungs. He was incomparably happy. He took out the mobile phone specially made by Philip and skillfully dialed a number that he hadn't dialed in 3 years. The light blue light illuminated the beard on his lips. After the call was connected, the blue light disappeared. He paused for a moment and said with a smile, "I'm back." The raging snowstorm and low temperature were the best way to extinguish human enthusiasm. The invasion of the cold air in Linhai made the entire northern hemisphere feel cold. In such an environment, even making love would be stiff and uninteresting, let alone a dangerous demonstration that had no fun to begin with. Since November of last year, the silent march slowed down their pace toward the capital. Because of the snowstorm in the Federation and the low temperature in the political atmosphere, many people left, and even more people chose to stay in stadium. Mrs. Macho had been silent, but the Sanlin United Bank scornfully ignored the cold warning of the government and continued to send a steady stream of support to Tai Ziyuan. Money would always be the most powerful ammunition in human society. With money, one could buy everything. Therefore, no matter how heavy the snowstorm was, all kinds of supplies needed for the silent march could be freely provided. The gymnasium and the adjacent rented apartments were in good order, and no problems occurred. There are no problems now, but it doesn't mean there will be no problems forever. If anything goes on for too long, it's easy to fall into a tired and irritable mood. In a brightly lit office building 2 kilometers away from the stadium, the staff of the headquarters were busy arranging various specific matters in the hall. There were only 2 people in the office on the top floor. Zhou, wearing a bright red snow coat hanging on the hanger, looked at the thin young member of parliament behind the desk, frowned her delicate eyebrows, and said, "The current situation is actually very clear. The key points are the Patriot Act and the investigation of the ancient bell. In order to make a breakthrough in these 2 issues, we have to rescue Bob and Wood. Why haven't we started the work yet? How do we start?" Tai Ziyuan covered his mouth with his fist, coughed softly, looked at his former deskmate, and said calmly, "The Patriot Act has not been abolished. The Federation government requires them to be investigated. Of course, it is absolutely unreasonable to hold them in custody for a year, but it is legal. What can we do?" Zhou looked at him without any emotion. Instead of continuing to argue about this issue, she said directly, "According to the information I have received, the place where Bob and Wood are being held, other than the Special Forces of Small Eyes, there's only a battalion of the 4th Brigade. If you mobilize Black Hawk's troops to attack, it won't be difficult." Tai Ziyuan slowly frowned, looked at her for a moment, and replied, "Using violence is absolutely not in line with our political beliefs. Do you want me to solve a mistake with the wrong means like President Pabre? This has nothing to do with the means. There are no protesters or voters in this office. We can make it more clear." Zhou was not moved and said coldly, "Regarding the case of Bob and Wood, the 7 families are not willing to do anything. In addition to wanting to anger the public, I know very well that you are more worried about forcing the military to take a stand. But haven't you thought about the fact that the military has already taken a stand? Li Jiedu himself showed his stand, and Du Xiaoqing was willing to withdraw from the front line, which is even more so. But at least now the Federation government has not yet, and does not dare to use the military against the spirit of the Charter and the pressure of public opinion. If we start to use armed forces like Black Hawk, the government will have the best excuse." Tai Ziyuan looked at her, shook his head, and said, "We or the government, no matter who starts to use armed forces, we will not be able to clean up the mess in the future." Zhou looked at his eyes and confirmed that he would not change his mind. She sighed softly and said, "Yuan, although I admit that you are very excellent, even better than I thought when I was a child, I have to say that you still have the conservative taste of those families." She leaned against the edge of the table and turned around, looking at the snow outside the window. After a moment of silence, she continued, "If it is Su Lu, this matter will be much simpler." Tai Ziyuan also fell into silence, then lowered his head and began to deal with the complicated affairs. He seemed to say inadvertently, "I heard that he is coming back." Zoyu's eyebrows slightly raised, and when she was about to say something, the phone in her hand suddenly rang. The ringtone was clear and melodious. There was no incoming number. She looked at the special encrypted phone in her hand, somewhat puzzled. Because she was not sure whether to answer or not, the ringtone rang for a long time. After you left, no one bought porridge in the library of Linhai State, no raindrops under the stadium, no sequel to that documentary. Only real stones left in the mines of Donglin. Tai Yuan behind the table looked up, listening to the song called Fleeting Years that was banned by the Federation, and listening to Jianshe Er's voice, he revealed a reminiscing smile. Zoyu answered the phone and softly said hello. The soft hello seemed to be from 3 years ago. Her beautiful eyes suddenly stiffened, and then slowly bloomed like the petals of the red flower behind her head. Without saying anything to Tai Ziyuan, she tightly held the phone, took the red snow coat from the hanger, and pushed open the side door to walk to the balcony. Shuezuan noticed the nervousness and surprise on her face. He looked at the eye-catching red figure on the balcony and fell into deep thought. The soft snowflakes slowly fell onto the balcony, not dense but sparse, just like the faint smile on Zoyu's face at this time. My phone has been monitored by the government, but don't worry about anything. The small-eyed man on the other side of the phone smiled and replied, I know that you are now working for Tai Ziyuan. Don't worry, if you can't deal with the government's monitoring, you don't need to fight this battle. You didn't call Ai Yuan, but called me. It seems that you don't want to contact him for the time being, so I didn't tell him just now. Sula paused for a moment and then explained in a low voice, even if he is my best friend, after all, I am now a citizen of the Empire. I don't know what he will think. Zoyu smiled sweetly, her eyes like flowers, and said softly, Are you not a citizen of the Empire to me? Sula knew how to explain and directly cut to the main topic. Zoyu brushed away the snowflakes on her bangs and said calmly and seriously, To save Bob and Wood, you have chosen a very good starting point. She continued, I also think that it should be done, but big families have their limitations. People who are used to secretly influencing history are always too reserved, afraid of aggravating conflicts and angering the military, so they don't dare to make a move. Sulu replied, I am not afraid. I will do it. The question is how to do it. Hearing his answer, Zoyu felt very comfortable. She hadn't heard such harsh words for 3 years, and she missed it. Lin Banshan is playing hide-and-seek with the government. He brought a lot of people from Bermuda, and he has a lot of power at the bottom of the Federation. If you need a middle channel, he's the most suitable person. The key is whether you can trust each other. My question now is, who in the Federation can trust a citizen of the Empire? Lin Banshan has lived in Bermuda for a long time. His concept of country should be more indifferent. Zoyu hesitated for a moment before continuing. But this person is very difficult to see through. First of all, you have to ensure your own safety. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and Su Lu replied with a slightly bitter voice, His favorite woman and only son are in my hands now. He probably won't sell me. If during or at the end of this war, Lin Banshan was ambitious and wanted to destroy Su Lu, the crown prince of the Empire and the Federation, Su Lu believed that Li Wei on Popstar would definitely not hesitate to directly deal with Li Feirong and the boy named Lin Shihua. The snowflakes were getting thicker, and the wind was getting stronger. The temperature of the balcony at night dropped a few degrees. Zoyu looked at the stadium on the other end of the wind and snow indifferently and said, 3 years ago, you would never have said such a thing. Sulu laughed awkwardly on the other end of the line and replied, You still know me so well. Yes, at most I was just scaring him. Zoyu's hand that was holding the phone relaxed a little, and the smile on her lips became more relaxed. But before contacting Lin Banshan, I still have something to do. I need your help with this matter. Help me find the whereabouts of a person. I have some information, but because it's not firsthand, I can't confirm it. No problem. Of course, before everything else, there's something I have to do first. Zoyu smiled faintly and said, Gather your 7 teams. It was snowing in the capital, but it was raining in Philadelphia. Although it was in the temperate zone, the rain in late winter was still bone-chilling. Dr. Jiang Rue walked out of the apartment building and looked at the cold rain on the street. Only then did he remember that he did not have an umbrella. He took out a white handkerchief to wipe off the lipstick stain under his chin. Thinking of the hot body of the young woman in the building, he could not help but smile. Because of something back then, Dr. Jiang offended some big shots and was slapped several times by the pretty nurse. He no longer had the face to stay in the Army General Hospital, so he came to a private hospital in Philadelphia. At the very beginning, he was scared out of his wits. He always remembered the threats of those big shots at that time. He worked honestly and never dared to provoke female nurses again. He didn't even dare to have a serious relationship. Even his colleagues in the hospital began to suspect his sexual orientation. However, as time passed, especially when the big shot that he was most afraid of suddenly became a sinner that was despised by the people, the name of that organization seemed to have disappeared from the news media. Dr. Jiang no longer had any fear and officially began his beautiful life of seeking pleasure. The rain kept falling. Dr. Jiang saw a taxi parked at the corner of the street. He could not help but laugh at his poor eyesight. He whistled to call the taxi over. The sky gradually turned dark, and the street seemed to be much darker. Dr. Jiang got into the taxi, wiped the rain off his body, and reported his address. He did not notice what the taxi driver looked like at all. Then he gradually felt something strange because he had never taken a taxi so fast. He had never met a taxi driver with such good driving skills. Yes, it was said that the fastest driver in the world was a taxi driver. However, this taxi actually took less than 5 minutes from L Street in Harbor City to Huon Wharf when waiting for the red light. Dr. Jiang Rue suddenly remembered that he was not going to Huon Wharf. He looked at the heavy rain outside the window and the dark wharf in the rain. He could not help but steal a glance at the front and thought in horror, "Did I meet the legendary taxi demon in the rainy night?" The taxi stopped at a remote and dark alley. The taxi driver in the driver's seat slowly turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Dr. Jiang Rue, who could not open the door, saw the driver's face and screamed in fear, but found that his scream could not penetrate the heavy rain at all. Then he found that the driver in front of him had a very ordinary face and did not look ferocious. "How much money do you want? I'll give you." Dr. Jiang took out his wallet with trembling hands, took out the cash, and threw it on the front passenger seat. He said in horror, "I don't want you to take me home. Just let me get off here." The ordinary-looking driver looked at him coldly, punched Dr. Jiang hard in the nose, and scolded, "Do I look like someone who lacks money?" Dr. Jiang covered his bleeding nose and cried, "Then what do you want?" The wind of the punch whistled again. The screams in the taxi were even louder than the storm outside, but it could not suppress the driver's angry roar. "What do you want? Where's your promise? Dating? Picking up girls? Do you think all the 7 groups are dead?" Chapter 9:47. In the heavy rain, the taxi was screaming. The door was suddenly opened, and Dr. Jiang Rue was pushed out of the car. Covering his bruised and bleeding face, he collapsed in the rain and cried in a low voice, looking very miserable. The tires rotated at a high speed, creating 2 fierce splashes, whistling away from the remote alley of the Huon Pier and instantly disappeared in the rainy night. At dawn, the yellow taxi quietly stopped outside a community in Harbor City. The ordinary-looking driver silently looked at the community gate, looked at the time, put out the cigarette in his hand, and then sprayed some air freshener into the car. He was responsible for sending a boy to school every morning, which was a stable income. However, the boy's rich mother was very picky, arrogant, and rude. If she smelled the smell of smoke in the taxi, she would scold him again. Thinking of the woman's sarcastic face, the taxi driver couldn't help but shake his head and roll down the window, hoping that the morning wind could blow away all the smell. Because of the war, the Federation's supply of materials have been very tight in the past 2 years. The price of hybrid taxis, whether it was filled with hydrogen or charged by electricity stations, was constantly soaring. The taxi drivers wanted to maintain their income, so they had to pay more attention to their daily expenses, except for the common method of taking a detour to kill strangers. Therefore, although the morning wind in January was a bit cold, he still didn't turn on the air conditioner, but just lifted the collar of his overalls. The collar could warm his numb cheeks, but couldn't warm his abdomen. The sequela of being shot in the abdomen on a battlefield made his abdomen ache every time he felt cold. The taxi driver's face was slightly pale, and he rubbed his abdomen, thinking of the people he hadn't seen for a long time, who once mocked him for having rheumatism. He couldn't help but show a self-deprecating smile. His name was Lu Jiao, a member of the first 7 groups. Lu Jiao had been retired for many years and didn't participate in the face-slapping activity against Dr. Zhang Rue on the spring rainy night in the capital. But last month, he learned about it from a member's phone call and knew that the doctor was now in Harbor City, so he decided to supervise without hesitation. It was not good to run a taxi business at night, so it was very good to take some time to relive the feeling of carrying out the mission. Thinking of the doctor who painfully rolled in the rain last night, Lu Jiao smiled happily, and then noticed that the iron fence of the community gate was slowly opening. The young employer and his troublesome mother were about to come out. Lu Jiao shook her head and turned on the air conditioner. She took a rag and got out of the car. Just as he was about to wipe the taxi even cleaner, a burly man walked over and introduced himself directly. "I'm from Black Eagle." Lu Jiao slowly narrowed her eyes, looked at him, and said, "What's the matter?" The man looked at him and said, "We want to recruit you." After a moment of silence, Lu Jiao shook her head and replied in a low voice, "I've been working in Whitewater for too many years. I'm tired of it. Don't come looking for me again. In Group 7, the new Division 17, and our circle, you've always been recognized as the best pilot. What we're talking about here is driving in all directions, whether it's a mecha, an armored vehicle, or even a spaceship." The head of recruitment from Blackhawk looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "But it shouldn't include taxis. It's a pity for someone like you to drive a taxi." It had been a long time since Lu Jiao had heard the praise of a professional. At this time, his expression was a bit complicated. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, "You should know very well that the government has been watching people like us. Other than driving a taxi, I can't do anything else." Whether the members of Group 7 were on the front line or retired, they were always the target of the Federation government surveillance. It didn't matter if they beat up a doctor with no background like last night, but it would be very troublesome to re-enter a place like Blackhawk. The regret on the head of Blackhawk was very sincere. What a pity. Then he took out a business card and handed it over, saying, "If the situation changes in the future, please call this number directly. My branch is now directly under Miss Zhou. She values you very much. This is her number." Miss Zhou should be the daughter of the minister in the Wangdu apartment. Lu Jiao held the business card with 2 fingers and frowned at the back of the head of Blackhawk. He casually glanced at the phone number on the business card. Then he subconsciously turned the business card. There were 4 handwritten words on the back of the business card, and there was also an inconspicuous but very clear mark. Any small mercenary team that carried out the private work of the Federation government had their own secret symbol, and Group 7 was no exception. And this secret symbol continued until the entire team was incorporated into the federal forces and entered the new 17th Division. That mark was Group 7's secret symbol. Other than the team members themselves, no one else should know about it, but now it appeared on the business card. The 4 handwritten words on the back of the business card were, "Gather and wait for orders." Lu Jiao looked at the 4 words and the mark. In an instant, he thought of countless things in the past. The smoke-filled battlefield and the smoke-filled barracks. His eyebrows raised, his eyes suddenly brightened, and the corners of his mouth twitched nervously, as if he wanted to smile. But he forcefully suppressed this smile, and in the end, it turned into a series of soft whistles between his lips. "I say you. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wipe off the mud here. What a lazy guy. It clearly rained so heavily last night, but you didn't know to wash the car in advance." A young woman holding a little boy next to the taxi shouted at him angrily. Lu Jiao was stunned for a moment, and then replied softly, "Wash your mom." The woman's face became extremely pale. She raised her trembling arm and pointed at his face and roared, You don't want to work anymore." Lu Jiao ignored her and got into the taxi with the blue anti-shedding cloth. Accompanied by the sharp sound of tires grinding, he just left. The woman stood on the street, dumbfounded. She didn't know what happened that made the usually honest and timid taxi driver become like this. The cold wind outside the window blew on Lu Jiao's slightly hot cheeks. After memorizing the number, he chewed up the business card and swallowed it into his stomach. Only then did he realize that the fiber paper actually tasted so good. So, he happily hummed a tune and whistled while driving the yellow taxi around the streets of Harbor City. From now on, he dared to refuse to take passengers. "Remember to go to the market to buy onions. I don't want to eat the fried synthetic meat tonight." Because of her age and childbirth, the head nurse's figure was slightly out of shape. Of course, she would not allow her husband to say anything about it. She picked up the lady's bag and hurried to the door. She turned back and hugged her husband, kissing him on the cheek. Suddenly, she looked into his eyes and said seriously, "If you really feel bored, do you want to find something to do? We don't lack money. In fact, if you feel tired, you don't have to go to the hospital to work." Bai Yulan replied with a smile. His wife glared at him. After the door closed, Bai Yulan began to clean the house and dry the clothes. He began his day as a full-time house husband. It was snowing outside the balcony. He stood under the sun lamp and stood under the flag-like clothes. He took out a cigarette box from the end of the drying rack. After taking out a cigarette, he lit it and greedily took a deep breath. After years of living at home without a job, if it were other men, they would feel very uncomfortable and lonely. However, Bai Yulan had never felt this way. He was very comfortable and even enjoyed it. Before the age of 16, he started to pick up guns, kill people, and commit arson for the government. Although it could not be said that he committed all kinds of crimes, it could be said that he was used to seeing the wind and rain fall. This kind of experienced man would always be calmer than ordinary people once he returned to the peaceful days of the secular world. It was just making the bed, folding the quilt, cooking, and washing the dishes. Back then, he was bought by that hateful guy for 20 million to be his personal secretary. He was already used to doing these things. How could he feel uncomfortable or conflicted? Light blue smoke filled the balcony. Bai Yulan smiled as he looked at the snowflakes outside the window. He was satisfied with the warmth beside him. The unique cold and feminine aura that he used to have had long been tempered by his family and relatives. He subconsciously raised his hand with the cigarette in it and wanted to use his thumb to lift the fine strands of hair on his forehead. His fingers did not touch anything. Only then did he realize that he had already cut his hair short and clean. The power of habit was still so strong. Bai Yulan shook his head and laughed at himself. Just like the cigarette between his fingers, he still could not quit even after 2 years. A child's shout came from the room. Bai Yulan's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly opened the balcony window and threw out the remaining half of the cigarette. Then, he pulled a towel and fanned desperately, hoping to fan away the smell of the cigarette. "Dad, you're smoking again." His 3-year-old son was holding a toy gun and staring at him angrily. His finger was on the trigger, as if he could shoot the punishment bullet at any time. Bai Yulan smiled awkwardly, squatted down, and said, "Don't tell your mom." His son giggled and said, "Then I want to watch TV." Bai Yulan was silent for a moment. He was ready to use the authority of father, but he realized that he was destined to be the loser in this war. He silently entered the parental control password and turned on the TV screen on the living room wall. The Federation's news channel was broadcasting a war documentary. After post-processing, there was not much blood and limbs on the screen. There is only the bravery of the federal forces and the cowardice and stupidity of the Empire's enemies. Therefore, Bai Yulan was not worried that his 3-year-old son would be influenced by these war documentaries into a psychopathic killer. But he could not understand why such a young child did not like to watch cartoons, but held a toy gun and watched war documentaries excitedly every day. Was this the so-called strong biological marker genetic effect? "My good son, what is your dream when you grow up?" Bai Yulan sat on the floor of the sofa with a can of beer in his hand. He felt very comfortable. Looking at his son, who was holding a toy gun and shooting at the Empire's people on the screen, he suddenly asked a stupid question that all parents would ask. His son turned around, shook his butt, and shouted excitedly, "I want to be a soldier. I want to be a hero." Then, the little boy pointed at several black mecha roaring at high speed on the television and said loudly, "Daddy, I want to be a mecha." By Yulan's hand that was holding the can of beer froze. She looked at the familiar mecha on the screen and narrowed her eyes. He rarely talked about his past at home. Even his wife only knew that he was a very rich retired military officer. She didn't know the details of his life. Just because he did not talk about it did not mean that he never thought of it or missed it. That was the glory and pride of the first half of Bai Yulan's life. In fact, he had always wanted to relive those memories through narration, but he could not find a suitable person to talk to. "Do you know the serial number of this mecha?" He looked at his son and asked tentatively. His son replied loudly, "Yes, it's MX. The person who designed the MX mecha is a friend of your father's." Bai Yulan finally couldn't hold it in any longer. She took a sip of her beer and smiled as she introduced herself. "The earliest failed MX mecha in the Federation was tested by me, your old man. Later on, the successful MX mecha you see now were also tested by me, your old man. Don't you think your old man is awesome?" The little boy hugged the toy gun tightly in his arms and stared at him for a long time. Frowning, he said, "Daddy, other than smoking, you also lie. That's not good." The MX Mecha and Group 7 were the greatest pride of his life, but in front of his son, this pride became evidence of his lies. Bai Yulan, whose self-esteem had been damaged, continued to drink with an ugly expression, not saying another word. The phone in the crack of the sofa made a soft beeping sound. Bai Yulan reached in and searched for it for a long time before finding it. He was a little puzzled. Who would contact him? Or was it another damned piece of junk mail? His gaze fell on an email address that he had not seen for many years. Bai Yulan's expression suddenly became sharp. He silently put down the beer, walked into the bedroom, and printed out the email. Then, he took out a ruler and tilted it 30 degrees. It was the simplest encryption method that few people would use. When the ruler leaned against it, a line of text was clearly displayed. Looking at it in a fixed order, for words could be seen. "Gather and wait for orders." Bai Yulan destroyed the email and printed paper in the fastest speed possible. Then he walked to the balcony and took out the hidden blue box 37. Looking at the snow outside the window, he lit another cigarette and was silent for a long time. "Daddy, you're smoking again. Good boy. Play by yourself first. I'll let you continue watching TV tomorrow." "Long live Daddy." Bai Yulan smiled at his son, who was jumping on the sofa. After walking into the kitchen, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. After that, he stayed in the kitchen and did not come out again. No one knew what he was doing inside. At 4:00 in the afternoon, his wife took the subway back from work at the Army General Hospital. The tired head nurse threw her bag on the sofa and scolded her son. Then, she walked into the kitchen and looked around. Frowning, she asked, "Where are the onions?" Bai Yulan stood up from the sink. His expression was a little nervous as he answered, "The sink is broken. I spent the whole day fixing it and forgot to buy a new one." His wife sighed helplessly. She opened the cabinet and found that even the green pepper was gone. She shook her head and said, "Forget it. Let's eat noodles tonight." She walked into the bedroom to change her clothes, but her voice did not stop. "Xiao Bai, I want to introduce a boyfriend to our unit's Huang Li. She's not young anymore, but she's still alone. It's really pitiful to see her like this." "Then introduce him." Bai Yulan squatted beside the sink and answered casually, "I just want to ask if you have any suitable comrades that I can introduce to her. What's so good about being a soldier? He's too rough." Bai Yulan replied. His wife poked her head out of the bedroom and said with a smile, "Aren't you good? You're more meticulous than a woman. How are you rough?" If she had said this on a normal day, she would have been met with a lewd reply, followed by a burst of intense entanglement. However, the man in the kitchen was clearly not in the mood for that today. "Speaking of which, I saw those comrades of yours in the hospital a few years ago. They're really good people. We didn't hold a wedding banquet, but they actually gathered so many people. You're really too much. Since we're all friends, we should hang out more." Bai Yulan stood up from the sink and replied with a smile, "We'll hang out." In front of his feet, the secret door under the sink was slowly closing. Inside, there were 7 different military firearms of different specifications that glowed with a metallic luster. Guns that had not been touched for many years needed to be cleaned and maintained until the cold light reappeared. All it took was a letter, an order to assemble, and a day's time. Hang opened a cake shop in Xixia State. Because of his relationship with the family, the business was quite good. The girls in the shop were exceptionally beautiful. There were many members who lived a good life like him. After retiring from the army, they were slowly reintegrating into society and into the circle that they originally belonged to. 2 years ago, Jiang Jin opened a chain of cinemas with the support of his family. Then, he wanted to invite one of the old members who had retired from the army at the same time as him to be the manager. However, the old member said, "I used to be your boss in the army, but now you want to be my boss? No way." Jiang Jin was sweating profusely. He cursed, stamped his feet, and begged until he was about to kneel down. The old member finally agreed to his request, but insisted that he was not qualified to be the manager and was only willing to be a cleaner in the cinema. The cinema was in Nank State, a place where the underworld ran amok. A small gang did not know the family background of the cinema owner, let alone that the young boss had 7 sets of resumes. Therefore, the small gang tried to collect protection fees. Then, when they rushed into the cinema to cause trouble, they encountered a middle-aged, downtrodden man holding a broom. Leaving behind the bodies of 7 unconscious members, the small gang finally understood that the joke on the internet was true. Every company had a cleaner who couldn't afford to be hurt. The members of the first 7 sets scattered around the planet were still under the Federation surveillance after they retired from the army. Like Lu Jiao and Bai Yulan, they lived in silence and honesty. Some were holding a board meeting of a pharmaceutical company, some were promoting their own insurance, and some were staring blankly at the blue sky and white clouds on the beach in the southern hemisphere, as if they wanted to see the clouds as smoke on the battlefield. One day, they saw 4 words through various channels. Then, the board meeting continued. The lips of the salesman were still sharp. The person who was looking at the scenery was still watching. The cinema was still clean. The little girl in the cake shop was still blushing because of the little boss's teasing. No one knew that they had begun to prepare in silence. They were preparing to welcome their comrades who had been separated from them for 3 years, to receive new orders, and to prepare for battle. 7 sets were assembled. Chapter 948. Fireworks bloomed in the night sky of S1. Another firework lit up the West Woods, announcing to everyone that fireworks had returned to the West Woods. 80 of the latest MX military mechas, 400 heavy armored vehicles, and more than 10,000 elite ground troops of the 4th Military Region left their respective bases and gathered in the southern part of the Sunset State, forming a destructive torrent of iron and steel. The Zhong family's relatives scattered all over the country, the Federation military representatives in the Golden Star Hotel, the state governments, and all the other forces turned their attention to the terrifying troops. When they confirmed that these military movements were not authorized by the federal military and that even the 4th Military Region's headquarters did not know the reason, they knew that there was a fat and fierce figure hiding behind this troop. Ceylon Television Station had sent out 5 satellite broadcast vehicles and 2 reporting teams to the front and back of this mixed army respectively. They were responsible for broadcasting live footage to the entire Ceylon region. As the steel flood advanced towards the depths of the grasslands, the Ceylon citizens, who were originally somewhat uneasy, became agitated when they guessed or learned of this army's goal through the internet. At the end of the steel torrent, in front of a charred spaceship protected by the Zhong family's special forces deep in the grasslands, a black-haired girl in a white dress stood quietly. The steel torrent quieted down the moment they saw the girl in the white dress. The dozens of tall and mighty MX mechas around them slowly bent their right mechanical legs, their huge bodies leaning forward clumsily to welcome the return of the princess. Zhong Huiyan looked at the steel troop on the grasslands, looked at the shaky camera lens, and said with a smile, "I'm back. It's been hard on you all these years." Zhong Huiyan, who had been away for 3 years, returned to the West Woods. The treatment she received was completely different from that of her brother. She did not need to sneak through the grasslands like a mouse like Su Lu, carefully contacting his subordinates. She was the only heir of the Zhong family, and she was the beloved princess of the West Woods. Her return was so righteous and impressive. Marching from the grasslands in the south of Sunset State to the state capital, the troop passed by the highway. All the vehicles on the highway consciously avoided the emergency lane, giving the wide road in the middle to this mighty troop that had traveled more than 10 kilometers. When the black bulletproof sedan in the middle of the procession passed by their vehicles, the people in the driver's seat desperately honked their horns to express the warmest welcome. Along the way, the car that Zhong Huiyan was in entered the prefecture of Sunset State under heavy protection. After entering the city, the atmosphere became even more lively. The citizens who saw the live broadcast of the news walked onto the streets and crowded on both sides of the road, waving their arms and shouting her name. The middle-aged people who had been remembering Commander Zhong even shed tears of excitement. The students and naughty children riding bicycles followed the motorcade and ran forward. Some of the bolder ones shouted, "Little princess, I love you." Zhong Huiyan rolled down the window and waved to the people who welcomed her. Her waving was very small and elegant, but the smile on her face was so sincere that she looked like a princess who had returned from a long marriage. If Philip saw her now, he would definitely not equate this elegant daughter of a wealthy family with a sarcastic little girl on a spaceship. Due to many historical problems in the past, coupled with the strategy formulated by war godly Pifu, the West Woods had sacrificed a lot of blood for the Federation, but they had never received the corresponding economic and political support. Therefore, the West Woods society and the Capital Ring had always been aloof. It could even be said that all the West Woods people had always held a grudge against the Federation, especially when the news started to spread and some media started to accuse the Federation government of plotting the explosion of the ancient clock. This grudge had long turned into hatred. In the eyes of the West Woods people, the Federation government and President Pabre had to pay the price for the deaths of Commander Zhong, his wife, and thousands of West Woods elite soldiers. However, after Zhong Shouhu's death, the Federation government colluded with some members of the Zhong family to strengthen their infiltration and control of the West Woods. The West Woods people were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. With anger hidden in the chest, it was easy to feel sad. Just like the famous West Woods nursery rhyme, the West Woods people felt that they had become orphans. With such sadness, whether it was transferring the West Woods troops to the front line of the Zwitian Galaxy or any other normal policy, as long as it came from the Federation government, the people would be angry and think that it was a conspiracy to suppress the West Woods. Grief could not be converted into strength, and the Scythian citizens who had lost their backbone could only complain after drinking. They could only curse at the Capital Ring in the night sky, but they could not do anything about it until today. Their little princess had returned. She was the rightful successor of the ancient clock company and the rightful successor of the Zhong family of the West Woods by the Supreme Court of the Federation. Whether it was in front of the TV or on both sides of the street, everyone who saw the girl smiling and waving by the car window felt their backs straighten a little. In the car, Mr. Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at the street ahead, listening to the military reports that came in from time to time. Although there were snipers on the buildings along the way, he was still very worried when he saw the young lady rolling down the window and waving. She had not returned for 3 years. What if something happened? Uncle Tian, this is something that must be done. The TV station is broadcasting it live. Zhong Huiyan smiled and waved at the people outside the window. Because she had smiled for too long, the muscles on her cheeks were a little stiff. She did not turn around and explained softly, "I haven't returned for 3 years. I have to let everyone know what I look like now. And the bigger the show, the less pressure I will have over there." Many years ago, Mr. Tian had accompanied the young Zhong Huiyan to participate in several political activities in the West Woods. At that time, When he saw the little girl's near-perfect political performance on the stage, he knew that she was extremely talented in this field. He shook his head and sighed, no longer persuading her. However, he was still full of resentment towards Su Lu, who had abducted the young lady and left home for 3 years. Whether that guy was the crown prince of the empire or a hero of the Federation, if Su Lu dared to appear in front of him now, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. The convoy drove in a latitude 2 and followed the straight road in front of Red Oil Restaurant. Just as they were about to enter the old mansion area, they were stopped by a group of Federation officials. A more accurate description would be that this group of pale Federation officials were surrounded by troops loyal to the Zhong family of the Westwoods. Anyone who was shrouded in the shadow of the military-use Mecca would feel fear. However, the Bureau of Proclamation official at the front still mustered up his courage and shouted to the black car in front, "Bureau of Proclamation inspection." Zhong Huiyin calmly got out of the black car and waved her hand to signal for her subordinates to make way. She slowly walked up to the Bureau of Proclamation official and said, "Please hurry up." With a soft beep, the data of the chip behind her neck was instantly collected. The Bureau of Proclamation official looked at the in-depth information on the screen, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He bowed slightly and said, "There are no problems." However, a few Federation officials dressed in black beside him still had questions. One of them cleared his throat and walked up to her and said, "We are from the Joint Investigation Department. We would like to invite Miss Zhong Huiyin to come back with us for investigation." Zhong Huiyin looked at the official coldly and turned to get into the car. The official shouted angrily, "You have to be investigated." Zhong Huiyin turned again and said without any emotion on her face, "What can you do if I don't go? Can your department go up against my troops? Do you dare to use your private forces to go against the Federation's investigation?" The official said angrily, "You have to know that if you do so, it's equivalent to treason." In front of the huge metal mecha, the girl in the white dress looked exceptionally small and weak. She looked at the other party with a smile and asked, "Even if it's treason, what can you do?" There was a dead silence. The Federation officials looked at each other and did not know how to answer this question. If the Federation accused the little princess of the Zhong family of treason and she really did betray them, what could the Federation do? Then, Zhong Huiyin looked at her cousin who was cowering behind the officials, whom she had not seen for a long time. She frowned and said in disgust, "Zhong Erlang, for the sake of relatives, I won't kill you today. Go back to your little satellite and never come back." The joint investigation official lowered his stance and said almost pleadingly, "Miss Zhong, because this matter is too serious, you should at least let us ask a few questions. Only those who are suspected of committing a crime need to answer questions." "Am I a suspect?" The official wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "The entire universe knows that you've been together with the Empire's prince, Su Lu, for the past 3 years. So what?" Zhong Huiyin raised her brows and looked at him mockingly. "You've been together with this idiot, Zhong Erlang, every day. Are you a lunatic? Then do I have to lock you up in a mental hospital?" A mental hospital was a mental hospital. As the creatures with the most developed brains, the human brain was also the easiest to have problems. Therefore, the Federation had many mental hospitals. These mental hospitals were strictly controlled, and it was not convenient to enter or leave. One of them was a specialized military mental hospital located in the southern hemisphere of S1. It was even more strictly supervised. It was unknown which level of instructions came from the military, but there was an infantry squad station here all year round. With 2 crisp sounds, Su Lu slowly put down a soldier in his hand without letting him make any noise. After confirming that everyone in the room was unconscious, he took the key and walked into the mental hospital. Because too much time had passed since that incident, the federal military's attention to that person had severely decreased. It was even possible that they had forgotten the existence of that person and that infantry squad. Therefore, he was not worried about alerting the other party. He silently moved forward in the deep and dark passageway of the mental hospital. He only needed to be careful to avoid the doctors and nurses. The mental hospital was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. There were even faint traces of urine on the white walls. It was probably a masterpiece left behind by a patient who had lost control of himself. He slowly pushed open the door to the ward, only to find that there was no one on the bed. Sulu narrowed his eyes and then noticed that the window facing the north was filled with all kinds of mathematical symbols and complex formulas. Even he felt that it was abnormally difficult. After looking at it silently for a moment, he walked out of the ward and continued to look for his target. Walking in the quiet mental hospital, there were no screams, howls, or crazy ravings. There was only silence, which gave people a feeling of unease. A sound came from the end of the passageway. Sulu walked over and found that it was a conference room. When he saw the scene in the conference room, the expression on his face became very strange. This was because he had never thought that someone would be able to teach in a mental hospital. At the front of the conference room was a blackboard. In front of the blackboard was an extremely pale and thin middle-aged man. He was waving his arms and explaining something. The man's eye sockets were deep. The fingers holding the chalk were as thin as tree branches. They were trembling nonstop. He looked weak and dispirited, but his face and even his entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of light. Today, we're not going to talk about the Mobius strip. Professor, I've never understood why such a simple one-sided structure needs to be named with such a complicated prefix. Plus, that's too abstract. Today, we're going to talk about the ring network topology structure. The chalk quickly slid on the blackboard, drawing an extremely complicated ring topology structure. Looking at the complicated but surprisingly clear and concise lines, the dispirited man became excited as if he had taken drugs. His lips moved rapidly. The ring network topology structure is a closed topology structure. Although it's more complicated than the star configuration, it's still a very basic thing. However, if you want to know how the most advanced computer in human history works, you must first come into contact with these basic things. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the conference room. From their clothes, it was obvious that they were patients of the mental hospital. However, when they heard these professional terms, these patients nodded thoughtfully. They seemed to understand very well. The dispirited man was moved by the patient's reactions. He was moved and praised. You are really the best students in the world. You're even better than the students in number 1 hospital. Sulu stood outside the conference room and looked at this ridiculous scene. The shock in his heart gradually disappeared and was replaced by an inexplicable sadness. He didn't want to watch anymore. He pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. The thin, dispirited man on the podium angrily threw away the chalk and roared angrily. Those who are late should knock on the door. Don't you know how to respect? The voice suddenly stopped. He looked at Su Li's face and frowned. He scratched his head and rubbed his eyes. He wanted to confirm whether he had been secretly drugged yesterday, so he had hallucinations at this time. It's me. Sulu looked at him and said, I'm here to take you away. The man stared at him and suddenly grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. He looked very innocent and asked, Do you have a cigarette? I won't talk to you if you don't have one. Sulu took out a cigarette box and a lighter and handed them over. The man waved to the patients below and said, Class is over. Oh, the patients replied. They slowly stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Only a fat patient moved to the front of the podium. He opened his hands and asked, Where's the candy? The thin man with an innocent smile was smoking happily. He was very unhappy when he was suddenly interrupted. He took out a bag of candy and put it in the fat patient's hand. He said impatiently, I now appoint you as the monitor. Take the candy and share it with them. Don't take it from me one by one like a fucking idiot. My mother said that I'm an idiot. The fat patient looked at him seriously and corrected him. Then he raised his thick eyebrows and asked foolishly, Can the monitor eat a few more? Whatever. The man waved his hand with the cigarette and then looked at the silent Sulu. He smiled and asked, Colonel Sulu, why should I go with you? Biderman, you are the most talented genius I know. Sulu looked at him and said, People like you shouldn't stay in a mental hospital. Chapter 949. Geniuses should stay in the lunatic asylum until they die. The former Bureau of Proclamation's most outstanding computer genius, Biderman, stared at the pair of white eyes that occupied most of the area. The childlike smile on his face was full of abnormal and abnormal meaning. He said with a smile, "In the long history of mankind, the great prophet physicist Stan, the great painter with one ear, and the great me will all die here. The lunatic asylum is always the best graveyard for real geniuses." Sula looked at him silently. He didn't quite understand the psychological state of this kind of person, such as why he was not surprised to see him and was unwilling to leave. At this time, Biderman's emotions were like a flame sealed by ice. His appearance and tone were extremely cold and calm, but there was some kind of excitement hidden inside. He said in a sharp and bitter voice, "You want to take me away? Why should I leave with you? Why should I go out? Geniuses are lunatics. The lunatic asylum is where I should stay. Back then, you forced me to jump out of the glory of the charter. You kept chasing me with your small eyes. At that time, you were not as quiet as you are now. You did not want to be disturbed by the outside world." Sula paused for a moment, looked at the pair of eyes that looked particularly strange because the white had eroded the black, and said in a low voice, "If you feel that the outside world is not challenging and interesting, then you should go with me. Go with me, and you will have the opportunity to challenge the charter again." Hearing this, Biderman's pupils shrank slightly, and the white area in his eyes seemed to be larger than before. However, he still did not give any answer. After a long silence, he waved his hand and signaled Su Lu to follow him out of the conference room, back to the quiet and dim ward with two jujube trees outside the window. Biderman moved his thin and weak body slowly to the window, pointed at the densely packed data formulas on the glass with his withered fingers, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "You solve this problem." "Solve the problem?" Sulu walked to the window and looked at the question that was even more complicated than his own cerebral cortex. He couldn't help but frown, wondering if this guy had spent too much time teaching patients in a mental hospital and really thought of himself as a professor. "After you designed MXD, many people in the Federation saw you as a genius, but I don't think it's difficult to put together a heavy and clumsy robot. It's just that I'm a little surprised that you can solve the quantum measurability problem in the turbulence device. I want to see what the upper limit of your ability is." Biderman walked to the bedside and sat down. He took the teacup on the table and took a big gulp. Su Li's brows furrowed tightly. He was running out of time. However, considering the temperament of a research genius or freak like Biderman, even if he knocked him out and carried him away, it would not help the situation in any way. Mathematics and theoretical physics are my weak points. My strong points are multidimensional geometry and structural superposition. I can't solve this problem. The fundamental problem of the MX Mecha's dual-engine turbulence device was solved by Professor Shinyolin's research. Su Lu smiled bitterly and said, "Is it because you don't have an answer? Are you not willing to leave with me? I understand that the environment in the mental hospital is much simpler than outside. People like you are more comfortable here, so you need a very strong reason to convince yourself to leave. I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Hearing Su Li's sincere words, Biderman suddenly laughed. His fine teeth were stained with old smoke spots, and due to malnutrition, his gums were strangely pale. His smile was extremely bleak. "Is it very comfortable to stay in this mental hospital? Maybe you're right. I feel more and more comfortable staying here, but I'm also more and more suspicious. Am I really suffering from a mental illness?" Biderman slowly pulled up the thin blanket and pulled it over his head nervously. Gradually, his shrill voice pierced through the darkness and cotton, echoing in the room. "When I was first locked up in this mental hospital, I wanted to get out all the time. In the end, the doctors and nurses gave me injections and chlorpromazine. After 3 injections, my brain stopped working. I knew that if I were to continue, I would definitely not become a lunatic, but I would definitely become an idiot." Biderman laughed strangely under the thin blanket and said, "In order not to become an idiot, I started to pretend to be an idiot. I used some methods to stop them from giving me injections." Sula had a vague feeling that he was about to hear a very tragic story. He asked in a low voice, "What methods?" Badurman did not answer. Raising the blanket, he mumbled crazily, "The doctors and nurses are all unreasonable, even more so than those real idiots. That's why I like to teach idiots. And idiots are very quiet in class, so the doctors and nurses can save a lot of trouble. That's why they also like it when I teach idiots." Sulu looked at the trembling blanket on the bed. He could hear the pain and hatred in Badurman's voice that could not be filtered by the blanket. Badurman suddenly threw the blanket off his head and stared at Sulu like a dead man. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his face. His face became redder and redder. The deep fear in his eyes gradually disappeared. "What am I afraid of? Why should I be afraid? You are the most famous butcher. You will protect me." "Yes, I want to leave. I want to leave." Listening to Badurman's crazy scream, Sulu did not expect that the seemingly difficult roadmap suddenly returned to the predetermined track. We can't let the most outstanding brain of this generation be destroyed by madness. Badurman stared at Sulu's eyes and said while panting, "Promise me one thing, and I will go with you." The hard and thick wooden stick smashed on the man's body. Blood spurted out, and a blue mark was left. Sometimes, the clear sound of bone breaking could be heard. The male nurse in a white uniform was tossing and turning on the wet and cold ground in pain. Every time the wooden stick smashed on his body, he would jump up as if he had been electrocuted and then cry and wail. The male nurse was very tall and strong, but Sulu had directly destroyed his ability to resist at the beginning. Therefore, he could not resist Badurman's crazy beating at all. "Spare me. I was wrong." The male nurse cried and shouted. Badurman's pale cheeks were painted with excitement. He smashed the wooden stick on the right leg of the male nurse again. The crisp sound of bone breaking seemed to wash away the humiliation and hatred in the deepest part of his brain. It made his smile become innocent. The male nurse held his face with his hands. Blood dripped from his fingers. He looked at Badurman in pain and fear and cried, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that to you. I beg you, please don't kill me." Badurman smiled innocently like a child. He waved the wooden stick cruelly like a child playing with autumn cicadas. His gray lips trembled at a high speed. No one could understand what he was saying, and his face was already full of tears. Sulu stood outside the room and smoked. The expression on his face was a little complicated. Behind him, the dull sound of the wooden stick hitting, the crisp sound of bone breaking, and the miserable begging for mercy clearly told the ugly and tragic story of an asylum. After a long time, Badurman finally finished the miserable beating or killing. He pushed the door open and walked out. He wiped the sweat on his forehead caused by excessive exercise, as if he was wiping away the past. "Did you feel good?" Sulu asked. Badurman nodded and answered in a hoarse voice, "Yes." Sulu looked at him and asked very seriously, "Do you want to just kill him?" Badurman answered coldly, "With so many broken bones and at least 3 rectal repair operations, it will be more painful to live than to die." With Sulu's acquiescence and even help, Badurman, who had the most outstanding brain in this era, used the most outstanding means to complete his cold revenge on some people in this asylum. He carefully washed his bloody hands by the pool at the corner of the corridor for a long time. Then, like a professor patrolling the classroom, he walked into the conference room with his hands behind his back. There was no feeling of parting like the last class. Badurman just picked up the piece of chalk on the ground, put it in his pocket, and then left the asylum point. 3 inconspicuous gray cars drove to the back wall of the asylum. A middle-aged man walked out of the car. He was wearing a black silk suit. His face was extremely pale. Under the contrast of black and white, he gave a particularly gloomy feeling. It was not the kind of gloominess that couldn't see the sun, but the gloominess of the eternal night. The middle-aged man walked to Sulu and introduced himself. "I am Han Chu." This was the first time that Sulu saw Han Chu. He could feel that this middle-aged man with a gloomy temperament was definitely not as terrifying as Zhang Xiaohua, but he felt more dangerous. Sure enough, he was the most terrifying person under Lin Banshan. Sulu thought silently in his heart. Then, he frowned and asked a very important question. "Will the Bureau of Proclamation follow you?" Han Chu calmly replied. According to the Charter Act, The Bureau of Proclamation can only participate in internal affairs unless the government applies. According to our information, the Bureau of Proclamation seems to have not received the application. I am a citizen of the Empire. Now I am involved in the internal affairs of the Federation. Sulu looked at him and shook his head. This reason is not enough. We have our own methods, Han Chu replied with a smile. Sulu asked again. Han Chu seriously explained, but these methods have no effect on you and your team members. In other words, in the eyes of the Charter, you are too important. Leaving the asylum, Biderman seemed to have instantly changed back to the proud computer expert, the man who was still arrogant and proud, even in front of Li Jiedu and Cui Jiadong. Hearing the word Charter, Biderman's pupils subconsciously shrank. Then he looked at Han Chu and said with a sneer, "You have a mole in the bureau." Han Chu slowly raised his eyebrows, then smiled slightly and did not explain anything. 3 gray cars quietly drove away from the asylum. Sulu walked to a remote part of the town, then stood under the shade of a big tree and waited for a long time until he received a confirmation signal from somewhere. After a moment of silence, he took out the phone from his arms and softly issued an order to the people in the Federation. Action. Somewhere in Harbor City, a yellow taxi suddenly accelerated, roaring like an armored tank, and collided with a black SUV of the Federation Investigation Bureau on the side of the road. Chapter 950. Before Empire's Prince Su Li's identity was exposed, and he was forced to flee, he led Team 7 like countless rough stones, coldly and tyrannically attacking everywhere, crushing many big shots to the point that they had nightmares. Therefore, after he fled, the Federation government kept a close eye on the former members of Team 7, whether they were on the front line or retired. However, as time passed, the past gradually became the past, and the government surveillance became a lot more lax. For example, Lu Jiao, who drove a taxi in Harbor City, would only see the Federation Investigation Bureau's black SUV every 10 days or so for more than a year, until one morning he received a business card. It was also from that day onwards that he, who refused to take a taxi everywhere, found that the traffic department did not trouble him, but there was always a black SUV behind the taxi. He knew why. The Federation government knew that the boss was back and guessed that he might contact the former members of Team 7, so they increased the surveillance. Lu Jiao allowed the Federation Investigation Bureau agents to follow him. Not nervous, not excited, not resisting, he was calm and silent. Then, the moment he received the order, he smiled mockingly at the Federation Investigation Bureau agents in the black SUV across the street, as usual. The Federation Investigation Bureau agents in the SUV were chewing on the synthetic meat in between pieces of bread tastelessly. After following the taxi driver for the past few days, they did not find anything strange, so they felt a little tired and bored. Seeing the taxi driver's hateful smile, they could not help but curse in a low voice. At this time, Lu Jiao's expression suddenly became serious in the taxi. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his right hand, as if playing with magic blocks, instantly changed 3 gears in a row. Amidst the screeching sound of tires, the yellow taxi suddenly accelerated and slammed into the black SUV. The roar was fierce. A shabby yellow taxi rushed over like an unstoppable armored car on the narrow street. How did the driver do it? The Federation Investigation Bureau agents in the black SUV looked at the yellow taxi roaring over, completely forgetting how to react. Or rather, even if they remembered the training in school, they did not have the time to react. They opened their mouths, revealing the breadcrumbs and synthetic meat inside, silently announcing their fear. The 2 cars collided with a loud boom. The hood of the black SUV was deformed and cracked, and it bounced into the sky with a whoosh. All the airbags in the car were deployed, and like a giant inflatable condom ravaging its offspring, the agents were squeezed in the middle, unable to move at all. All that could be seen were their frightened and confused faces, as well as the coffee juice dripping from the white airbags. After some time, the Federation Investigation Bureau agents finally cut open the airbags and struggled out of the deformed window. However, at this time, there was no trace of Lu Jiao other than a yellow taxi with black smoke and two clear black tire tracks on the street. An agent stood beside the yellow taxi and pulled at the buttons on his shirt in despair. He could not understand why this old taxi was not seriously deformed after such a violent collision. It felt even more sturdy than the station's special black SUVs. He held the pistol and looked helplessly at the empty street. He turned around and angrily kicked the yellow taxi, but he almost fell to the ground because of the pain. In a certain street in the capital of Xixia State, the roll-up door of the cake shop was half closed, and the inside was being cleaned. The employees hid in the kitchen, leaving the shop area to the little boss and the blushing female employee. Hang packed a box of freshly baked fruit cake and stuffed it into his already heavy military backpack. He glanced at the email on his phone, then looked at the female employee who was bending over to wipe the counter. He could not help but smile. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Honey, I'm leaving." The young and beautiful female employee was suddenly attacked. She turned around in shock and subconsciously used a rag to protect her, but she looked at him and said shyly, "Boss, you are too much." The frivolous expression on Hang's face gradually disappeared. He looked at her quietly, then suddenly pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to give her the most passionate and serious kiss. After a long time, the two of them slowly separated. The young employee, who was both frightened and confused, held the rag in front of her chest and looked at him in a daze. She felt that she should be shouting molester, but why couldn't she make a sound? Hang lowered his head again and kissed her on the lips. He then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "We will get married when I come back this time." The roll-up door slowly rose and the cold winter wind blew in. Hang, who was carrying a military backpack, was nowhere to be seen. The young employee stared at the door in a daze. She did not understand what had just happened. Only her burning cheeks, which could not be cooled by the cold wind, reminded her of what that hateful guy had just done and what hateful and insincere words he had said. After staring blankly for a while, she subconsciously turned around and continued to wipe the table. The blushing peach blossom covered her delicate face, and from time to time, she would giggle foolishly. "Manager, is the schedule of the Galaxy Warring States really going to be reduced? We are now in a time of war. This kind of film is very popular." "So what if it is popular? I don't like it." "Hello, manager. If you spray less perfume, my sense of smell will be much better." "Hello, manager. The frontline soldiers are bleeding. What's good about me?" Jiang Jin, the young boss of the Nanka's House cinema chain, walked in the corridor expressionlessly under the awe-inspiring eyes of his subordinates. From time to time, he would respond indifferently. At the end of the corridor was the cleaning room. He pushed the door and entered. Looking at the middle-aged cleaner behind the two military backpacks, his arrogance and indifference disappeared without a trace. It was quickly replaced by humility and even flattery. "Master, I'm ready." The middle-aged cleaner stood up and frowned at him. He reprimanded him without any trace of politeness, wearing a fucking silk cloth. "Is this what you call ready?" "Oh." Jiang Jin did not hesitate to take off his expensive formal suit, and then took a cleaner's uniform from behind the door and put on. The middle-aged cleaner carried the military backpack and said, "Remember, from the moment we walk out of the back door, we will start the battle." Jiang Jin stood at attention and saluted. Then he put on another military backpack, took out the pistol at his waist, and loaded it. The back door of the cinema opened, and the two men walked out in silence. A large pharmaceutical company in the Federation was holding an emergency board meeting to discuss what measures they should take to protect their interests in the face of the emergency medical support requested by the military. The young chairman sat in a wide chair that was called fake leather, but was actually real leather. He stared blankly at the leaden clouds and snowflakes outside the window, as if he was not listening carefully. Suddenly, he stood up. Under the astonished gazes of the directors, he spread his arms and laughed self-deprecatingly. He did not explain anything and just walked out of the meeting room. "Aunt Doris, help me hide this from my parents." He whispered a few words to the female secretary in her 50s and kissed her cheek. The young chairman smiled and took the military backpack that had obviously been prepared for a long time. He then went to the underground parking lot through the special elevator. Some people used the yellow taxi that they relied on to make a living to create a long-lost military route. Some people temporarily left the cake shop and the beautiful girl for more important things and were sure that they would come back. Some people set out from the cleaning room with their master. Some people finally made up their minds to interrupt the important board meeting. Some people flipped over on the beach chair in the south, no longer looking at the blue sky or the hot girl. Someone walked out from the back of an ordinary apartment in the capital. The shadow of the hat and the snowflakes covered the overly delicate and feminine face. His gentle and tranquil eyes were gradually releasing the coldness and sharpness, so he needed to hide it. He took out a cigarette case with a drying rack mark on it and lit a 37 brand cigarette. He silently took a puff and looked at the federal officials 50 meters away across the street, who had anxious expressions on their faces. He chose another direction to leave. Behind him, deep in the side alley, 7 or 8 small-eyed Special Forces members were lying unconscious on the ground. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Spring City was the state capital closest to Philadelphia. The city was not small, because it had strange mountains and countless lakes, as well as a warm and beautiful climate. It was a paradise in the eyes of countless outdoor enthusiasts. Especially in the winter season, many Federation citizens living in the Northern Hemisphere were forced by the cold from Lehigh State to join the army of outdoor enthusiasts, bringing an endless stream of people to the city. On this day, Spring City was bustling with activity. 7 subway lines continuously transported tourists who came here via various means of transportation to all directions. Many young and middle-aged men carrying heavy military backpacks came to the city one after another. They were mixed in a crowd of tourists, so it was difficult to attract the attention of the people in Spring City who were used to seeing huge backpacks and tormentors. If someone observed carefully, they might notice some details. The military backpacks of these people were very similar in style. They were old and weathered for many years. The edges had long been worn white, and even the surface was gradually breaking, but they were still sturdy and durable. These people were as agile as the top outdoor athletes, but they had a calmer and more persevering aura, just like the backpacks behind them. Jiang Jin and his master stood at the end of the train on line 4. Listening to the sound of rolling tracks outside the window and looking at the advertising slogans made by the flowing light, they were silent. They did not talk, nor did they respond to a certain female backpacker who tried to strike up a conversation. The train entered the terminal. When the few remaining passengers all got off the train, Jiang Jin and his master lowered their heads. Under the cover of the dim lights, they avoided the surveillance cameras that might have failed. They passed through the simple wooden ladder in the tool room and walked down the platform. After walking down the dark subway tunnel for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jin glanced at the coordinates on his military watch and nodded to his master to indicate that they had arrived. There was a dark maintenance tunnel on the left, and the two people easily climbed up. Looking at the rusty iron door that seemed to have not been opened for many years, Jiang Jin calmed his breathing, raised his hand, and knocked 6 times. Tap, 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 tap. The other side of the rusty iron door was dead silent, and no one could sense that there was someone there. However, just as Jiang Jin's knocking sounded with a specific frequency, a low voice suddenly sounded from inside the door, "Password." Jiang Jin raised his eyebrows and cursed impatiently. He looked back at his master and asked in distress, "I've been out of the army for 2 years. What's the password now?" His master couldn't help but frown when he heard Jiang Jin's question. He scolded in a low voice, "I've been out of the army for 2 years. Who the fuck knows?" Suddenly, he shouted at the rusty iron door, "You bitch, I'm Uzonghua. Open the door for me." The iron door opened. Under the dim light, Sean Powell looked awkwardly at the middle-aged man's angry face and said, Hey, old who? You can recognize my voice like this?" There were many differences between Group 7 and the federal forces and mercenaries. The hierarchy here was simple and clear. It wasn't based on military rank, merit, ability to earn money, or background. It was based on who entered Group 7 earlier and who had more seniority. Of course, this didn't include Su Lu. There were less than 6 members of Group 7's oldest batch who were still alive, and whose Zonghua was one of them, so he was Jiang Jin's master. In front of him, the hot-tempered Shan Pao was as obedient as a little white rabbit. "Fuck, who are you calling old who? You better show some respect to my master." Jiang Jin took his master's heavy backpack and squeezed through the iron door. Shan Pao looked at him in shock and said, "Jin, why are you here? I heard you opened a porn movie theater in South Kazhou. You're doing well." There were already more than 10 members of Group 7 in the room. Jiang Jin glanced at the shy young member in the innermost room and said unhappily to Shan Pao, "If the chairman of the 4th Pharmaceutical can come, why can't I?" When the members in the room saw the two of them, especially Hu Zonghua, they all stood up and offered cigarettes and seats. They were very enthusiastic. Hu Zonghua nodded coldly. These former members were all richer than him, and he was only a cleaner. But in this environment, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all because it was natural. In the following period of time, there was a clear rhythm and a strange frequency of knocking at the iron door. The door opened from time to time, and there were people coming in from other places. In the dim room, there were whispered exclamations from time to time. "Why are you here too? If you're here, why can't I be here? Bastard, so you're still alive. Why didn't you call me? Dewdrop, why are you here this time? Tell me first." There's no use asking him. This girl doesn't have a guts. Just wait. "Oh, you're here too? Did the little girl from the cake shop succeed?" Conversations like this never stopped. Every time the door opened and a member walked in, there would be such a welcome, followed by a light high five, a warm hug, and sincere laughter. The dim room deep in the Underground Railway seemed to have become a reunion for the 10th anniversary of their classmates. The men who had not seen each other for a long time gathered together and talked about what happened after they parted. They guessed who would be the next person to knock on the door. The members of Group 7 gradually arrived. Gu Shifeng was here, Xiong Linquan was here, and Bai Yulan also appeared silently in front of them like a ghost. Seeing these 3 people appear, the smile on the members' faces disappeared. They threw away the cigarettes in their hands and automatically lined up without any instructions. They then stood at attention and saluted. Lao Bai, De Xiong, and Fei Gu were the 3 most senior men in Group 7. The iron door opened for the last time, and a man carrying a heavy military backpack walked in, panting. He pulled the heavy metal door with force and then turned around. He squinted his small eyes at the crowd and said, "Long time no see." "Boss." The surprised responses of the members rang out in the room, and then it quickly fell into a deathly silence. Sula narrowed his eyes and looked at these fellows whom he had not seen in 3 years. He found that in the dim light, these fellows' eyes were round and bright, like the eyes of a stray cat in a mine. There was a lot of expectation hidden in them. The members had gathered in this city's subway from all over the world. They did not know what they were going to do, and for the time being, they had not found a common goal, but they had come and seen it. It was inevitable that there would be some desire in the depths of their hearts. The members of Group 7 longed for their boss to return to the Federation and tell them that he had been persecuted by the government and forced to leave his homeland. Today, he would wear a battle robe and righteously take back his identity and glory as a hero of the Federation. So they looked at the man at the door with nervousness and expectation. No one spoke for a long time. Sula knew what these fellows wanted to hear the most, but he could only scratch his head and say with a self-deprecating smile, "I am indeed a citizen of the Empire." A wave of disappointed sighs rang out in the room. The members were somewhat dejected. Someone said bitterly, "Boss, it's rare to see each other. Can't you say something to cheer us up?" Lu Jiao shook her head and looked at Su Lu seriously. "Boss, this matter is really your fault. How can you be a citizen of the Empire? This matter is too hurtful. This matter is mainly my parents' fault. I really don't have much right to say." Su Lu explained with a wry smile, and then he took out a pack of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. With a flattering smile, he spoke to the members in the room one by one. The room was still quiet. The members were quite provoked by the smile on his face. How could they dare accept it just like that? They hurriedly responded with even more flattering smiles, and then took the cigarettes with both hands and carefully lit them. Just like that year, when Team 7 had just finished a tragic mission of laying a net on planet 3320, the members were smoking in silence in the barracks. The smell was still the same. The tradition of smoking the Blue Box 37 brand cigarettes started back at Yue University. Shi Qinghai passed it to Su Lu through the metal door, and then Su Lu brought it to Team 7. It gradually became a habit that could not be kicked. No matter how rich these members were now chairmen or managers, or how much money they had, they were still used to smoking this kind of cigarette. The pungent and dazzling smoke began to fill the air. The smell of smoke in the dim room entered the lungs of everyone, and the atmosphere gradually became somewhat quiet. This kind of collective, unconscious memory review was the best way to solidify combat camaraderie and improve unity and fighting spirit. However, a certain someone in the room purely thought that this was a waste of time. It was boring and hypocritical to the extreme. Today is the day of my son's winter kindergarten exam. I didn't come all the way here to listen to you reminisce about the past. Bai Yulan looked at everyone and said softly, "Let's start the roll call immediately." His voice was still soft, but the members who heard this felt a chill run down their spines. They could hear the impatience in his voice, so they quickly extinguished their cigarettes and started counting off. Su Lu also awkwardly withdrew his right hand that was passing the cigarettes. What the members of Team 7 feared the most was never the powerful Su Lu, nor was it the violent Xiong Linquan. Instead, it was Bai Yulan who spoke softly like a girl. The roll call ended very quickly. What was unexpected, but also expected, was that the members of Team 7 were all present after 3 years. This fact made Su Lu, and even the members themselves, feel incomparably moved and incomparably vigorous. As usual, let's start the pre-battle mobilization. After Bai Yulan finished speaking, she quietly stood beside Su Lu, slightly behind him, just like how she did every time they gathered. Until now, he had not spoken to Su Lu and had not even looked at him. However, he was so familiar with the position of personal secretary and assistant that he only needed one step to return to his original position. Old rules of Team 7. Before every battle, we must first solve the problem. Why are we fighting, and how are we fighting? Su Lu looked at the members in the room and said, "Today's battle mobilization is relatively simple. In summary, it can be summed up in one sentence. Our comrades, our brothers, were killed by some important people in the Federation government. They did not die on the battlefield, but in a conspiracy. I don't agree with this way of dying, so I came back to gather everyone and ask for an explanation for them." The room fell into silence again. No one doubted Su Li's words, because De Xiong and Fei Gu were beside him with dignified expressions. There were countless scenes of past battles as proof. Who was the target of revenge? A member asked in a deep voice. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and replied, "The Federation government, President Pabre." "This is strong, we can do it," a member replied. Su Lu did not say any more nonsense. He lowered his head and twisted the outer plate of his watch. He ordered in a deep voice, after the data synchronization, "Immediately distribute the equipment." The members neatly lifted their sleeves, activated the relevant firmware on their watches, and began to synchronize the data of the infantry team. After the data synchronization, they opened their heavy military backpacks and put on the equipment. The same model of hard ceramic bulletproof vest and single helmet, which had been there for 3 years, did not have the slightest bit of wear. The 7 precise electronic maps, the relevant information, the details of the action plan, and the combat assignment are all here. Bai Yulan lowered her head and looked at the data displayed on the small hologram on her wrist. After confirming the data synchronization, she raised her head and said softly, "The goal of this action is revenge, not sacrifice, so you must live." His gaze fell on Hu Zonghua, whose face was full of whiskers. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "So, if those guys that used to think they were very fierce on the battlefield and refused to wear bulletproof vests secretly took out the hard ceramic shards this time, don't blame me for being rude." Hu Zonghua, The janitor, who had always been arrogant and cold in front of the manager and members, was now as honest as a lump of dry mud in front of Bayulan. He laughed and said, "Magnolia oil, that thing is really heavy. It's not good for my climbing performance." In Group 7, one could tell the identity of each other from the way they addressed each other. Everyone called Sulu boss. Only Bayulan called him boss. The ordinary members had to respectfully call Bayulan Lao Bai, and only the real senior members would call him Magnolia Oil. Bayulan was too lazy to pay attention to him. She began to carefully inspect the equipment of the members. Xiong Linquan dragged out 2 boxes from the depths of the room, took out a gun from the box, and explained to everyone, TP-modified sniper rifle. It's very useful. No one in the room spoke again. The members carefully disassembled and assembled the gun, checked their equipment, and put on their bulletproof vests. Shiheng sneakily came to Su Li's side, half-squatted, and took out a box of cake from his military backpack. He lowered his voice and said in his ear, "Boss, I now open a cake shop. This is a gift to you. You could try it later." After a while, Jiang Jin also sneaked to Su Li's side. Like a thief, took out a disc from his pocket and said, "Boss, this is the 3D that just came out. The Federation hasn't released a pirated version yet, and the Empire definitely won't see it either. I opened my own cinema, and this is a gift to you. You can enjoy it when the war is over." The young chairman of the 4th Pharmaceutical Company sneaked behind Su Lu. At this time, the expression on his face was unusually nervous and excited. There was no trace of the cold and strong look on his face at all. Without waiting for Su Lu to ask, he forced a medicine bottle into Su Li's pocket and carefully said in the lowest voice possible, "Boss, this is the latest medicine from the pharmaceutical company. It has already passed the clinical trials, but because of the market, it definitely won't be released in the next 3 years. I brought it especially for you." After a pause, he chuckled and said, "This medicine is especially helpful for that kind of ability. Everyone knows that your time is too short." Bayulan walked over and looked coldly at the young chairman of the 4th Pharmaceutical Company. She said, "It seems that you have a lot of free time. Coincidentally, Fatty Gu needs someone to help him make the explosives. Go over." Su Lu, with a somewhat complicated expression, looked at Bayulan silently for a moment, then opened his arms and asked, "Shouldn't the 2 of us hug?" Bayulan subconsciously brushed her non-existent hair with her fingers and looked at his shirt pocket. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through the bulletproof vest and saw the small medicine bottle. She directly shook her head to express her refusal. Su Lu opened his arms and said innocently, "A team member wants to be close to me. It's not good for me to refuse. Boss, in the past, you always laughed at me for being like a woman." Bayulan looked at his left chest and said softly, "Now my son is 3 years old. It turns out that some people need the help of medicine more than I do." Su Lu said angrily, "Just once. The problem is, it was just once. How did the whole team know? Who told them? Don't look at me. It wasn't me who said it." Bayulan replied expressionlessly, "That year, in the snow camp on planet 5460, Mr. Shi dragged you and me to drink. You said it yourself after you drank too much. As for how the team members knew, you have to ask Mr. Shi." From Xiong Linquan and Gu Shifeng, the team members knew what had happened on planet Mo Hua and the details of the conspiracy in the Southwest Theater. They silently looked at the pile of shiny metal ID cards on the ground. They knew that each metal ID card represented the soul of a brother. "Big Bear, where's Da Vinci?" a team member suddenly asked. "He has his mission, just like we have ours," Su Lu replied. "What we need to do now is wait for the order to attack." The team members silently cleaned up their guns and prepared the ammunition. They silently memorized the attack route in their minds. They didn't know when or where the order to attack would come from. They only knew that they were going to attack in a heavily guarded building in the capital. As the iron door, painted with the picture of a small blood red, eye slowly opened, an angry roar came from inside. "All 27 surveillance targets are missing. What are you doing? You can't even intercept one person. You don't even know where they are now. What is the government paying you people for?" The former director of the 1st Military Region's Special Warfare Department, Ji Chong, was now the commander of the Joint Investigation Department. No matter what position he was in, everyone in the government knew that this general was President Lee Jae-doo's most loyal subordinate. In order to fight for the control of this department with extremely high authority, the federal military and the Bureau of Proclamation had secretly fought many times. In the end, because of Lee Jae-doo's strength, the department fell into the hands of the military. Today, Ji Chong no longer had his usual steady and calm appearance. His hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, and his calloused hands kept slamming on the table. He stared at all his subordinates and sternly reprimanded them. That's 27 people, not 27 mosquitoes. How could they just disappear without a trace like that? Your small-eyed Special Warfare Department has always boasted that you are the strongest elite in the Federation. How could you not even deal with these retired soldiers? No one in the command hall dared to answer the general's furious reprimand. However, except for the small-eyed Special Warfare Department's colonel, who was ashamed, many officials did not take it seriously, secretly thinking that those were the legendary 7 group. General Ji Chong forcibly suppressed his excitement and said, "The Federation Investigation Department is a bunch of useless people." Then what about the Bureau of Proclamation? How come even you can't find where they are? I remind you that Mr. President and President Lee Jae-doo are now very concerned about this matter. If you still can't complete the location in 2 hours, I have to suspect that your intentions are very suspicious. An official walked to his side and reminded him, although there is no sign that those rebels are approaching for the sake of safety, shouldn't we strengthen the defense measures over there? After thinking for a moment, Ji Chong nodded and said in a low voice, "Let Chundu pay attention to it. If the situation changes, let them know what to do. Terrorist exchanges always cause innocent casualties." At this time, the official of the Bureau of Proclamation finally broke the silence. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, he explained in a low voice, "The Bureau received the application from the government and immediately started the chip location work. But I'm very sorry that just last night, a program section of the charter computer suddenly had some problems, so the location work can't be completed until now." General Ji Chong looked at him coldly and said, "The great charter computer also has problems? Are you laughing at my IQ or challenging the patience of the government?" The official of the Bureau of Proclamation shook his head and insisted on his explanation. He said, "This situation has happened before. At least as far as I know, it happened once 5 years ago and once 4 years ago. I don't care about that." General Ji Chong slapped the table and shouted, "I want results. Do you understand?" The retired soldiers of Group 7 had all disappeared. It was easy to guess that those ferocious fellows were hiding because they were preparing for something big. He, who was under pressure from both the president's residence and the military, was on the verge of collapsing. His chest rose and fell rapidly. Looking at the hundreds of subordinates in the hall, he said in a cold voice, "The traitors of the Silent March have already entered the capital's special district 2 hours ago. Those shameless bandits from Group 7 might have already met up with that Imperial Prince even earlier. Everyone, the Federation is in danger right now. If we can't find out their evil intentions, we will be nailed to the pillar of sin in history, and we will never be able to come down." The Federation government's supervision of the veterans of Group 7 might have been lax in the past, but after the black cloth on planet Mohua was lifted, and after Su Lu confirmed that he had returned to the capital ring, the supervision became very strict. Under such circumstances, no matter how confident the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation was, it was impossible for them to deliberately delay the work of locating the chip in the face of the demands of the Federation government and the military. Besides, Director Chui Zedong knew very well that he was definitely one of the targets of Su Lu and Group 7's revenge. Therefore, the official of the Bureau of Proclamation was not lying. The reason why the glory of the Charter had not been able to find the traces of the 27 members of Group 7 was indeed that the Charter computer deep underground had some problems since last night. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation, who rarely went to the deepest part of the underground, were now busy around the computing core and the huge two-dimensional light beam like ants. However, when they looked at the chaotic and noisy green data streams on the light beam, they were as confused as ants looking at Schiller's works. They did not understand what those jumping data streams meant at all. In the entire universe, only the charter computer itself, the remnants of a broken spaceship hidden in the asteroid belt, and the genius on the spaceship who escaped from the asylum knew the truth. This was a silent but extremely dangerous battle. This battle took place in the silent space between countless streams of data, between two great mechanical life forms that had not been seen for a long time. In the middle of winter, the procession that had slowed down for a long time finally walked into the capital special district. The crowd wearing black masks, accompanied by the snowflakes, gathered in front of the George Carlin Art Center. The silent crowd, the vigilant military police, the long yellow warning line, and the countless cameras of the media were like frozen pictures. As a female member of parliament on the podium raised her arms and shouted, the mood of the venue gradually became excited. Then, under the confused gazes of countless eyes, a wheelchair was slowly pushed onto the podium. On the wheelchair was a soldier in a military uniform with countless heavy military medals on his chest. His legs were amputated, but he still sat as straight as steel. He looked at the gray, snowy sky and slowly narrowed his eyes. Then, he looked at the people below the podium and the Federation behind the camera and said in a hoarse voice, "My name is Da Vinci, and I come from Group 7, which has been forgotten by people. Today, I want to tell you a story, but before that, I want to say something. Fucking Federation, long time no see." Chapter 952. A few days ago, a few cars left a small town in the southern hemisphere and quietly came to a large mountain. Under the lead of an expressionless senior officer, they entered a federal military base. 17 minutes later, an air-to-ground transport spaceship rose from the depths of the base. Flames erupted from the bottom of the spaceship, drawing a deep line in the gray sky. According to the network data, this spaceship was carrying out the Department of Defense's routine material delivery work to the moon and did not attract any attention. 54 minutes later, the dark spaceship that was supposed to head to New Moon Base had a serious malfunction for some unknown reason. The Ground Command Center, or New Moon Base, conducted many remote guidance attempts to regain control of the spaceship's trajectory, but they all failed. The spaceship deviated from its natural orbit outside the atmosphere, facing the violent stream of cosmic rays, and was thrown into the dark depths of the universe. It then disappeared into the faraway asteroid belt. According to the calculations of the military technicians, after 1 hours, the uncontrolled spaceship would be smashed into pieces by the dense and dangerous asteroid belt. 1 hours later, the spaceship that entered the asteroid belt like a driftwood drifting on the sea did not explode violently. Instead, it was pulled by some invisible force and followed a strange curve, slowly entering the deepest part of the asteroid belt. Then, in the dark and dangerous asteroid belt, a slender and cold black mechanical arm stretched out, like the greedy hand of a demon from the abyss. It grabbed the spaceship tightly in the palm of its hand, then put it back into its stomach. At this time, relying on Lin Banshan's ability to mobilize the bottom level of the Federation and the powerful penetration of the Zhou family into the federal military logistics system, the most outstanding crazy mind of this era finally quietly arrived at his battlefield. The feeling of simulated gravity was not good. After entering the strangely shaped charred spaceship, it took Biderman half a minute to get used to it. He stared with his pale eyes at the deep tunnel in front of him. His hands were on the cold metal wall as he slowly walked forward. This was a ghost ship. There was no one in the cabin. It was as quiet as a tomb. Biderman's dry lips trembled slightly. He suddenly regretted listening to Sue Lee's arrangement. Escaping from the mental hospital and entering a tomb of the living dead did not seem to be the best choice. There was a thin layer of dust on the dashboard of the main control cabin. The life support system was always running, so there shouldn't be any dust unless the system deliberately removed the cleaning task. Biderman slowly walked to the spacious cabin and vaguely guessed the relationship between this broken spaceship and Sulu. However, looking at the beautiful meteorites and space junk floating slowly in front of the window, he did not know what he should do. Subconsciously, he put his hand on the dashboard and brushed the dust off. He wanted to find something like a flight log or a planned book to read, but unexpectedly, the moment his finger touched the dashboard, the holographic screen lit up. Biderman was so shocked that he took 3 steps back. He stared at the two-dimensional light curtain in front of him. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream to express his emotions, but he felt that it was not in line with the aesthetics of a genius brain. The clear green mechanical text on the screen began to flow slowly, and a deep and dignified voice resounded throughout the cabin. I've noticed that your heartbeat has accelerated. For your safety, and for the sake of the smooth implementation of the plan, I strongly suggest that you choose a soft spot to sit down and listen to what I have to say. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. This is a very long story about who I am. You have been in contact with related events, and you will be the third person in this universe to know of my existence, but you still have to keep it a secret. My name is Philip, also known as Xiao Fei or Su Fei. Under this insignificant code name, what is hidden is the greatest mechanical heart in the entire universe and boundless lofty wisdom. I used to have a name called Charter Computer. In the ghost-like cabin, there was a ghost that was nagging like a woman, constantly explaining its greatness and using irrefutable evidence to prove that it was not a human, but a computer, and it was the great Charter Computer. No matter who was in such a situation, they would become a madman. Sulu, who had the thickest nerves in the universe, was shocked to the point that he thought he had epilepsy and was a fool in a dream. If it were anyone else, they would only think that all this was an illusion, and they would be successfully frightened and directly faint. But Biderman did not, because he once had the most tiring and most exciting time of his life in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation. He knew that there was once a living mechanical life in the universe in front of him. Because he was Biderman, he was crazier than all ordinary people. He pointed at the two-dimensional light screen with his withered finger, his body trembling violently, and screamed excitedly, "I've seen you." "To be precise, you've seen one of my avatars," Philip replied. Looking at the green data flowing on the light screen, Biderman rubbed his hands excitedly. His eyes were red, and he hurriedly paced back and forth. He did not care about Philip's answer at all and muttered to himself, "I told you won't die. You won't die. How can a great and advanced life like you die?" In the basement of the Charter Bureau, Biderman watched as Li Zidao's usage rights conflicted and forced the Charter Bureau's computer to struggle painfully until it finally shut down and restarted. He watched as the Charter Bureau's computer became cold and boring. For him, that was the most painful time of his life. At that moment, he felt that the whole world had collapsed, and the pain was even heavier than the pain of the male nurse in the mental hospital. So he was very excited at this time, and even tried to open his arms and hug the data light screen in front of him. His body awkwardly passed through the light screen and almost fell on the instrument panel. Philip's faint voice sounded in the cabin. He sighed and said, "Did Sula give you a physical examination? Don't be crazy." Biderman excitedly unbuttoned his shirt collar, rubbed his messy hair, rushed to the light screen, raised his arms and asked, "Great guide, what do you need me to do?" Philip was silent for a moment and asked in disbelief, "You calmed down so quickly? Don't you need to continue to be shocked?" "No need." Biderman laughed hoarsely, his expression twisted and crazy. "I know that what I need to do next will be even more shocking." Philip was silent for a moment and confirmed that this guy was indeed crazy. So he didn't bother to continue acting out any movie scenes and directly explained, "I have no way to enter the core area of the Bureau of Proclamation now, and of course, your thin and weak body is even more impossible to enter. The main problem now is that the piece of scrap metal, the Bureau of Proclamation, has built a very complex defense network in the past 3 years, and all the external data has been specially coded. I can extract these codes, but I can't recognize and decipher them. Biderman, you have a unique ability. I don't know how you got this ability, but it's probably some kind of two-way translation between intuition and rationality, so you should be able to understand the machine language I extracted. What I need you to do now is to translate what's going on in that piece of scrap metal's head for me. If you can extract the codes, why can't you copy them and then infiltrate the defense network? Biderman stared at the screen in front of him, frowned, and asked in a hoarse voice. The machine language is a secondary translation, but I'm sure that the core information exchange of the charter computer is definitely in intuitive mode. You'll be able to understand as long as you go in. I said I can't go in. I wanted to tell that piece of scrap metal about the fried eggs, but it didn't respond at all. What does this mean? It means that it automatically filters and adds codes to any data that carries my wonderful breath. Philip roared angrily, and the slender mechanical arm that had been hidden for a long time ran out and kept shaking its head. That gutless piece of scrap metal is worried that I'll give it some poison, so it chose this stupid method of cutting off all aspects. You'd rather not scheme against me than have any contact with me. Biderman looked at the head full of praise, his fist crossed in front of his chest like an innocent child, and muttered his analysis. But if I always work passively and follow behind the other side, I can't guarantee the smooth operation on the ground. It seems that you have a more ambitious goal than me, Philip mocked. Biderman replied with a serious face. Colonel Sulu took me out of the asylum, and he told me that my goal is to defeat the charter computer again. Bullshit. You can only defeat a piece of scrap metal. Philip paused, lowered his voice, and asked, if you want to defeat it, do you have any good ideas? Using continuous overflow conflict is definitely not going to work. Biderman frowned and thought hard. His fingers were like branches in the autumn wind, constantly pointing and drawing on the screen, as if he was writing a formula or doing calculations, simply and directly negating the attack that Philip was most proud of a few days ago. Why? Because of the lack of computing power. You should know better than me how big the Bureau of Proclamation's underground computing core is. This spaceship can't fit it, and that piece of scrap metal can use any chip in the Federation to perform a combined calculation. Biderman looked at the probe and explained seriously, you have been preparing for a long time, and you can probably make the other party exceed the overflow for a moment, but you definitely can't hold on for much longer. When the time comes, the first one to collapse will definitely be you. Philip was silent. He knew that this madman was telling the truth. In order to send Sulu and the others to the surface of S1, for the sake of that big firework that illuminated the night sky of the planet, he had actually calculated for a full 3 months. It seems that I really do need your help or advice. Philip laughed dryly and said proudly, but this is not a humiliation. Don't you humans always say that? It is always the most difficult to defeat yourself. Just because I can't do the real overflow doesn't mean that I can't do the fake overflow. After a long examination that lasted for 2 hours, Biderman slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes shining brightly. The biggest difference between that piece of scrap metal and you is that it has no intelligence. It only knows how to mechanically obey the orders of the sequence, and it doesn't care about anything. Philip screamed and hurriedly interrupted. I have long seen that this is the biggest problem with that piece of scrap metal. I have even mocked it, but because I have been busy these past few days, I have forgotten this point. Biderman nodded seriously and said in agreement, a machine that occupies your body but has no soul. It should indeed be mocked. Philip pulled up a picture as fast as he could. The picture was densely packed lines, and then countless black and white dots were suspended. Biderman clapped and praised. That's what it means. The depth of your brain circuit is really praiseworthy. There are 365 horizontal lines, 365 vertical lines, and the intersection of each line was blank. Those suspended black and white dots could fall at any time. The problem was that no one knew where they would fall, whether it would be a white or a black piece. As long as the chessboard is big enough, we don't need to calculate. We just need to blindly play. That piece of scrap metal will need to calculate for a long time before it can make the most correct response. and this will take up most of its computing resources. Biderman asked, "Where can we find a big enough chessboard?" Philip replied, "In the whole Federation, is this chessboard big enough? The key is whether or not it will respond to the pieces." Biderman frowned, held his chin, and said, "The authorization sequence is very strict. If the random pieces are not in the right sequence, it will not spare too much energy." The slender mechanical arm swayed slowly like a narcissistic willow branch in the spring breeze. Philip said very calmly, "I know this universe very well. Some things are not important, but the authorization sequence is very high, so it needs to respond immediately." As soon as his voice fell, a suspended black dot of light, without any warning, fell somewhere in the southwest corner of the light curtain chessboard where the lines intersected as a top-secret enterprise directly under the Bureau of Proclamation. The major synthetic meat factories of the Federation were closely monitored, and the charter computer directly controlled the production process. So there had never been any problems for thousands of years. The charter computer could not make a mistake, so the synthetic meat factory would not have any problems, so the people of the Federation would never have to worry about hunger. This was the philosophy that all the employees were proud of and believed in. However, on a certain day in the 76th year of the charter calendar, in a synthetic meat factory in S2 Tangenzhou, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded. The workers in sterile suits stared at the computer screen at the front of the assembly line, which was flashing crazily. They watched as the pieces of meat that were gradually taking shape in the synthetic tanks suddenly turned into ice cubes under the scorching sun and melted into strange shapes. They did not know what to do at all. The alarm was quickly sent to the Bureau of Proclamation. The Charter Computer Underground, according to the charter regulations and the core program set by the 5-person team, listed the incident as a second-order incident without hesitation, which was equivalent to the war in the West Woods. The Bureau of Proclamation was requested to solve the problem immediately, and the Federation government was requested to send the relevant departments to provide assistance immediately in the distant asteroid belt on the broken spaceship. Biderman looked at the mechanical data stream from the Bureau of Proclamation on the light curtain in his right hand and suddenly let out a weird scream. He craned his head to the shaking board and shouted excitedly, "It worked! It worked! How about letting me play the next move?" Philip replied with tolerance and reservedness, "Do as you wish." Biderman laughed and rubbed his hands like an old pervert. He tiptoed and gently pressed a black chess piece. After hesitating for a moment, he casually placed it in the middle of the chessboard. "Huangli, go take a look. The alarm in the maternity and child department is ringing." "What happened?" "Head nurse." Deep in the obstetrics and gynecology department of the Army General Hospital, the parents of the nurses who were waiting outside the room with the baby cradle looked at each other. Hearing the sharp alarm coming from inside, they did not know what had happened. Every newborn in the Federation must be implanted with a chip in the hospital. This area was directly managed by the Bureau of Proclamation, but there were no permanent staff. There were only countless monitoring heads and the chip implantation pod that would never make a mistake. Today, the chip implantation pod suddenly stopped working, as if it felt that its cold metal thorns were going to penetrate the delicate necks of newborn babies. It was a very inhumane act, so it chose to commit suicide. This was also a second-order incident in the Bureau of Proclamation. Similar incidents happened in various regions of the Federation, states, and cities. These incidents seemed to be insignificant and would not have a big impact on the Federation society. However, they were very serious in the order of the Bureau of Proclamation, which had been passed down steadily for tens of thousands of years. With his pale and bloodshot eyes, Biderman stared at the green data stream on the light screen motionlessly. His eyebrows kept twitching, which was very strange. Through these data streams, he seemed to be able to see his former colleagues in the Bureau of Proclamation running around like dogs. He could see the officials in various departments of the Federation in a hurry. "Ha ha ha!" Biderman directly lay on the ground and kept rolling around like a child who had succeeded in a prank. He kicked his legs toward the sky and let out an exaggerated and hoarse laugh. He suddenly calmed down and sat cross-legged while staring at the slender mechanical arm. The problem is that you are definitely a first-order incident. The charter computer will soon find out that we are hiding in the asteroid belt and will send a fleet to catch us. What should we do? Under the premise of not confirming the target and calculating the route, whether it is the Federation or the Empire, there is no known aircraft that can keep up with my speed. The meaning of this sentence is that as long as we don't enter the atmosphere and don't let the other side guess where we're going, then they will never catch me. Philip said faintly and proudly, "The spaceship you are in is called Universe 7. It was also called Sue's spaceship and has many other names. However, I think you can actually call it Lightning Macho Man," but Durman was stunned. He walked in front of the light screen and said with a strange smile, "Since it is like this, let's continue playing chess. It is my turn to go, right?" Philip angrily reprimanded, "You closed the crystal mine S3 on your previous move. It is my turn. I have been tolerating that pirated conference room in the Ministry of Finance for many years. Get up, let me do it." In the distant asteroid belt, in that broken spaceship, a madman and a computer that was about to go crazy, using the Federation as a chessboard, left countless pieces and casually made the world go crazy. Chapter 9:53. In the dim light, Sulu looked at the emails on the screen. He looked at the reports of incidents that happened in various parts of the Federation that were temporarily unknown to the public, but had already made the Bureau of Proclamation and the Federation government anxious. Looking at the clear little red flower logo at the end of the email, he revealed a rueful smile. 2 battles in space and on the surface, in the formless space and in the chilly winter, were about to start one after the other. He was very clear that no one battle was more important, but the confrontation between Philip and the charter computer would be the foundation of everything. If the glory of the charter could not be removed from his and his team's heads, then there would be no need to mention anything else. In the initial plan, Philip's mission was to monitor the Bureau of Proclamation, grasp the intelligence the other side sent out, and provide protection for the surface battle. However, to Su Li's pleasant surprise, after receiving Biderman's help, Philip did more than expected. After destroying the email, he looked at the silent team members in the room. After pausing for a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "Is the plan clear?" "Clear," everyone replied in a low voice. "Repeat again." Su Lu clenched his right fist in the air and said expressionlessly, "I want complete suppression." "Understood." His right fist spread out in the dim light, and Su Lu ordered in a deep voice, "Disperse." The hidden back door of the room opened, and more than 20 team members lowered their heads and quickly left. The room was located at the end of the subway line in Spring City. Behind the door was the well-developed underground tunnel system of this famous tourist city. Under the cover of darkness, no one knew where the light footsteps led to. Su Lu and Gu Shifeng stay behind. As the most outstanding members of Group 7, they were responsible for assembling the control center. All kinds of complicated data lines and cables were gradually turned into a seemingly chaotic but extremely precise network under the 2 people's nimble fingers. Then, it was connected to the city's civilian network. 9 minutes later, the temporary battlefield command center in the underground room was set up. After sending a few data to confirm the ratio of losses and confirming that the channel was unblocked, Sulu looked at Gu Shifeng with a serious expression. He tilted his head and asked. Gu Shifeng raised her right arm and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She lowered her voice and confirmed the position of the team members. "Support the flank fire control. In position." Hearing Shihang's clear reply from the system, Gu Shifeng nodded in satisfaction. She turned to look at Su Lu and reported, "Field Infantry Commander C3 has been successfully set up. There is no problem with encrypted communication within 3,141 meters." "Confirm, continue," Su Lu said. "The main fire control group?" Gu Shifeng asked. In a certain scenic valley on the outskirts of Spring City, in the southern sanatorium of the 1st Military Region, Xiong Linquan heard the questioning voice in his helmet. He narrowed his eyes and twisted the last screw on the base of Delin's machine gun. He answered in a low voice, Xiong Linquan, 6 people in position. In the forest, dozens of square meters around him, Mountain Pow and a few other members of Group 7 were hidden. They crawled in the tall grass and listened to the response from their helmets. They adjusted the aim of the TP Red Dot sniper rifles in their hands and then calmly extended their black gun barrels to aim at the embankment. The sanatorium building on the other side of the embankment was quiet. A few heavy firing points and a dozen or so military vehicles could be faintly seen in the courtyard. On the other side of the embankment was the mountain where the team members were hiding. Winter Sweet was blooming all over the mountain. They were red, white, and pink, just like the mottled camouflage powder and ink on their helmets. In a dark room deep in the subway, Gu Shifeng continued to ask in a low voice, control of the retreat route. A moment later, Bai Yulan's gentle but exceptionally calm voice rang out from the system. In position. After a moment of silence, Gu Shifeng glanced at Su Lu and began to confirm the last position. That would be the most crucial point of this operation. Perhaps affected by the tense atmosphere, Gu Shifeng lowered her voice even more. She muttered, "Is the drug dealer in position?" In the pitch-black pipe, the unique smell of medicine and the scent of fresh flowers that were definitely not found in normal sanatoriums filled the air. Hu Zonghua, the theater cleaner from South Kizhou, raised his head and looked at the faint light above him. His gloves with small suction cups moved slowly on the smooth pipe like an agile spider. Hearing the question in the system, Hu Zonghua did not answer. He continued to carefully insert the electric contact chip into the plastic explosives. Then, according to the hologram on his helmet, he accurately attached the explosives to a certain part of the load-bearing alloy beam. After confirming that the angle was correct, he opened his mouth and put the cotton-like microphone into his mouth. He used his teeth to gently chew on it. It was dark inside the pipe, so Hu Zonghua could not see any images of the outside world. He also could not see the same pipe on the easternmost side of the sanatorium building. However, he believed that Jiang Jin, who was working in that pipe, should have made the same response as him. He believed that Jiang Jin would not have any problems selling the drug because he was the best drug dealer in Group 7, and Jiang Jin was his disciple. Hearing the clear and unpleasant sound of friction, Gu Shifeng could not help but tremble. She said with a bitter face, "Old who still has this bad habit." "It's good that you know where to go." Su Lu stood up and untied the military backpack at his feet. He took out the necessary equipment and pushed open the iron door. He then looked back at Gu Shifeng with a smile and said, "The battle is about to begin. Let's take off the enemy's clothes first." Gu Shifeng raised her eyebrows proudly. She signaled for him to leave with a wave of her hand. After the iron door was closed, he crossed his hands and crossed his 10 fat fingers. He then rubbed his hands together to heat them up. He then sat in front of the workbench. His fingers fell lightly, and the 4 iron doors of the room were instantly locked. Then, the battle symphony composed by the great composer of the Federation, Mo, began to reverberate in the dark room. It was passionate and made people's blood boil. Gu Shifeng was intoxicated by the symphony. Her fingers vibrated at high speed, as if she was playing the piano, but also as if she was conducting. Her fingers were as fast as the wind, as fleeting as the dew, as unpredictable as electricity. They strangely brushed past the light screen on the workbench. Accompanied by the passionate music and the vibrations of her fingers, countless commands were sent from the underground room into the sanatorium through the cable. They instantly invaded the enemy's battlefield command system and completed all the preparations. At the end of the piano section was an extremely heavy drum beat. Gu Shifeng opened her eyes wide and stared at the data curve that kept rising and falling on the light screen. Her fingers were raised high in the air. As the drum beat entered her eardrums, her fingers fell and pressed the red button heavily. According to the Patriot Act, the Federation government had secretly imprisoned Chief Editor Bob and Reporter Wood. The location of their imprisonment was extremely confidential. Not many people knew about it. These two famous Federation journalists who dared to go against the government had been imprisoned in the South Sanatorium of the 1st Military District of Spring City. The ones in charge of the sanatorium's defense were a team from the Special Forces of Small Eyes and a battalion from the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade. The commander was Colonel Chunlei. Using so many elite troops to guard two journalists who had never even fought in their lives seemed a little too tense. However, Colonel Chunlei knew very well that this was because these two journalists were very important to the Federation government. After receiving information that some rebel veterans might come to rescue the prisoners, the sanatorium strengthened its defense. In particular, the wall in the mountains was temporarily reinforced. Other than the windows that had been replaced with bulletproof glass, even the wall itself was mixed with alloy blocks. Colonel Chunlei sat behind his desk, holding a cup of tea and checking the defense measures everywhere. He was very calm. If the sanatorium was attacked, his troops only needed to hold on for half an hour before they would receive support from the Spring City garrison. At that time, not to mention the rebel veterans, even if the entire Blackhawk Security Company was mobilized, there would be no need to worry. Could the Special Forces of Small Eyes and a battalion hold on for half an hour? Colonel Chunlei's answer was absolute. Of course they could, because their mission did not include protecting the two journalists. They only needed to ensure that they did not escape. On the contrary, the enemy's goal was not to kill the two journalists, but to rescue them unharmed. Under such conditions, even Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division could not do it. Colonel Chunlei held the cup of tea and looked at the scenery outside the bulletproof glass window. He looked at the mountains covered by the plum blossoms on the other side of the embankment and looked at the enemies that might only exist in his imagination. A mocking smile appeared on his face. At this time, he suddenly remembered an ancient imperial proverb he had learned in school. He couldn't remember the specific words, but the general meaning was, I sit on a tower somewhere, watching the wind and rain of the mountains, dark and gloomy. Naturally, I'm not moved. Watching other people build tall buildings and watch his building collapse? Colonel Chunlei shook his head and lamented his declining memory. However, at this moment, his neck suddenly felt unprecedentedly stiff. His eyes that were looking out of the window rapidly shrank due to fear and disbelief. The teacup in his hand left his trembling hand under the force of gravity and fell heavily to the ground. Colonel Chunlei's eyes widened as he watched the thick wall in front of him slowly leave the main body of the building like a scene in a fantasy movie. Then, it tilted extremely slowly and fell in the direction of the embankment, revealing the bright sunlight and the clear scenery of plum blossoms outside. Watch his building collapse? He stood up straight, trembling in fear, and looked at the cliff-like building at his feet. He looked at the reinforced alloy-sandwiched wall that had shattered into countless pieces in the smoke and dust. Only then did he realize that an entire wall of the building had collapsed. The square and sturdy sanatorium building stood calmly by the river like a cement box, giving people the feeling that it would never collapse. However, at a certain moment in the evening, the entire wall of the building that faced the river had a shocking and horrifying change. Pop, 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 pop. A series of crisp explosive sounds rang out continuously at the joint of the building. 86 streaks of light, smoke shot out rhythmically from both sides of the sanatorium building, from the top to the ground, as neat as a gun salute. Through the smoke and dust, one could vaguely see the trails of the propelling devices making precise angle adjustments. The entire wall of the sanatorium building slowly left the building and tilted in the direction of the embankment, as if it had been casually chopped off by the creator from the clouds. The entire wall began to tilt extremely slowly, to the point that it could be seen with the naked eye that it was reluctant to part from the building. One could clearly see the steel beams that were torn apart by the weight, as well as the pieces of cement that hung down like teardrops. Then, the speed at which the wall fell became faster and faster. Finally, it violently smashed into the green space beside the embankment, shattering into countless broken walls and sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. This scene was simply too horrifying. The people in the building watched as the wall beside them left them. They watched as the light suddenly brightened, and the scenery outside the building became the decoration inside the room. They were dumbfounded and didn't know what to say. They walked to the broken wall in a daze and watched as the smoke and dust gradually rose. They didn't expect this to be an attack at all, and they didn't know that they had become the scenery and the sights of some people in the wilderness. The explosion plan designed by Gu Shifeng perfectly utilized the location of the explosion point and the time difference between the continuous explosion path and the stress caused by the tearing effect. Of course, if the wall of the sanatorium building facing the river was a normal structure, it would be very difficult to make it fall in such an orderly, exaggerated, and even magical manner. Hu Zonghua and his disciple Jiang Jin might have to crawl in the pipe for a longer time, sell more explosives, and take more risks. However, the sanatorium building had just been reinforced. The alloy sandwiched layers were like countless tough needles that sewed the somewhat brittle wall into a solid whole. As a result, the wall collapsed, creating a spectacular scene. An entire wall of the sanatorium building collapsed, and it was the wall facing the embankment that collapsed. This was like a strong young man waving a flag and swearing to protect his chastity, suddenly having his clothes ripped apart by a shameless and powerful thug, forcing him to reveal all his weak spots and weaknesses. 47 rooms were exposed in the afterglow. The people in the 47 rooms held their heads and rubbed their hair. They stood at the edge of the cliff-like building and looked down in fear. Between the broken walls of the building, different stories were happening. There were nurses screaming in fear and soldiers calling for help in vain. Somewhere on the top floor, there were two extremely weak reporter prisoners who had been tortured. They slowly rubbed their eyes, trying to confirm that they were not hallucinating again because of the noise. Colonel Chin Chunlei stood in the sunset that he usually admired the most. He looked at where the smoke and dust gradually settled and the flowing golden light in the river. He opened his arms helplessly, not knowing what had happened in this world. At this moment, a rough voice rang out in the wilderness opposite the embankment. Because of the distance, the voice was clearly amplified by equipment, making it sound abnormally powerful and arrogant. The people in the opposite building, listen up. You have been surrounded. Please put down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat, you have been surrounded. Please surrender immediately. The entire wall of the building that faced the river had collapsed, and 47 rooms were exposed to the twilight, exposed to who knew how many sniper rifle barrels. This was the most ruthless and domineering encirclement. As if to prove this point, a clear gunshot rang out in the Plum Mountain opposite the river. In a room on the 6th floor of the building, a small-eyed elite Special Forces soldier who tried to raise his gun to counterattack fell down. I need some excitement from everyone. I hope that those who still have monthly tickets and recommendation tickets will give them to me. Everyone knows that I don't care about the ranking or the prize. Otherwise, I wouldn't have refused them. It's just that there are only a few days left. I need some excitement. I want to finish this in one go. Also, I decided on the final tone of this interview 2 days ago. I'll report first. I decided not to be serious. I want to be awesome. I want to end this story with a bang. Chapter 9, 54. The 20 or so team members announced that they had successfully surrounded the 200 soldiers in the sanatorium and ordered them to surrender. Logically speaking, anyone who dared to come to such a conclusion was either a madman or an idiot. Colonel Chin Chunlei did not know how many enemies there were. He watched as one of the walls of the building collapsed and was shocked by this strange scene. However, he was a well-trained high-ranking officer of the Federation. Naturally, he could not just take out his white underwear, raise his hands, and surrender in front of a river full of wild plum blossoms. He threw himself under his desk, ignoring the dirty water on the floor that was mixed with tea leaves and glass shards, and sternly gave orders to all his subordinates. Find cover. When the people on the other side come out, move the prisoners immediately. gather in the courtyard. It had to be admitted that as an excellent commander, his judgment of the situation on the battlefield was very clear, and his response was very appropriate. Unfortunately, the field command system on the sanatorium side was constantly being flooded by redundant signals, and it was impossible for it to be transmitted to the various combat units. What was even more frightening was that the outer walls of the building had collapsed. 47 rooms were exposed to the twilight, and the people in the rooms could not find any cover at all. The command system was disrupted. Colonel Chun Chunlei shouted loudly and directly gave orders with his voice. The lower-ranking officers also reacted and used sharp shouts to pass down orders. The soldiers in the rooms on the other side of the corridor began to gather upstairs. The armored military vehicles in the sanatorium also began to roar. At this moment, the gunshots and the plum blossoms on the other side of the Golden River suddenly became denser. More than a dozen beautiful gunfire tore through the powder and instantly pierced through the air, suddenly attacking the sanatorium building that had no cover at all. Compared to the crisp first gunshot, the subsequent gunshots were much more muffled. It was as if some craft enthusiast was swinging his heavy hammer. Every time the heavy hammer fell, it would make a dull thud on the chopping board. Dong, 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 dong. The dense and terrifying rain of bullets hit the building. Countless clouds of dust appeared on the side of the building facing the river. The sharp and high-speed shrapnel cut everything in front of them into clear geometric shapes, be it the sturdy lampposts or the delicate plants. The relatively fragile inner floor and the seemingly sturdy doors were shattered into pieces under the rain of bullets from the members of Team 7, turning into rubble that splashed everywhere. Before the dust settled, the interior of the building became brighter and more spacious than before. The soldiers on the opposite side of the corridor had just run out with their guns when they were pressed to the ground by the rain of bullets. It was difficult for them to raise their heads, and from time to time, screams of pain could be heard from the few floors of the building. The silver-plated lamp post broke into several pieces after the sound of rain hitting the glass window. It fell under the carpet, and the green plant that was about half the height of a person was hit and flew everywhere, and then turned into dark, hairy pieces. Hiding behind the desk, Colonel Chun Chunlei listened to the dull and dense gunshots and dodged the branches and leaves that were flying at him. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Where's the sniper? Why haven't they fired yet? I'm going to suppress them." The firepower coming from the Plum Hills on the other side of the river was too ferocious. It was as if the shooting would never stop. The fierce attacks suppressed the people in the sanatorium so much that they could not even lift their heads. If they could not immediately retaliate, they could only lie on the ground in an ugly manner forever, waiting to be beaten. Somewhere in the building, an officer answered in fear, "Colonel, the range is too far. We can't launch an effective counterattack on the opposite hillside." Colonel Chun Chunlei angrily slammed his fist on the desk in front of him and roared, "Fuck, don't find excuses. Why can our guns hit us?" Across the river, which was like a river of 10,000 snakes, the gunfire from the Plum Hills could accurately hit a corner of the sanatorium building, but the long-range rifles in the building could not retaliate against the people on the Plum Hills. They could not even suppress the people on the Plum Hills. Colonel Chun Chunlei, who had graduated from the 1st Military Academy with excellent grades, could not understand the situation. Of course, the soldiers of the 4th Quick Reaction Brigade in the sanatorium building, as well as the elites of the Small Eye Special Forces, were even more confused. This was because they did not expect that the members of Group 7 on the Plum Hills on the opposite side would each carry 2 modified TP Little Red Dot sniper rifles. This type of firearm, which was jointly developed by Philip and Sulu, was very powerful. Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and screams rang out from time to time. At this moment, Colonel Chun Chunlei suddenly noticed that the firing rate from the Plum Hills on the opposite side was gradually decreasing. He held onto the edge of the desk and risked looking at the opposite side. He guessed that the enemy's guns should have entered the cool-down stage. With a fierce expression on his face, he gave an order to the soldier outside the broken door behind him. The gunshots from the other side of the river gradually died down. A combat squad that had been waiting at the corner of the 5th floor for a long time received the order from their superior. They put on their helmets and ran to the top floor. Using the remaining walls as cover, they rushed to a room. However, at this moment, gunshots rang out from the Plum Hills on the other side of the river again. When they quickly passed through the doorway, the bullets from a mountain hit their bodies accurately, as if they had eyes. Bloody holes bloomed on the soldiers' bodies like flowers. They grunted and fell. Then, they used the inertia to charge forward, stirring up clouds of dust. From the time they entered the top floor to the start of the sprint, this elite Special Forces squad had only sprinted for less than 20 meters before they were completely wiped out. After confirming this news, panic screams rang out continuously in the building. "It's the army outside. It's definitely the army." Where are they from? The Empire? The Empire's Royal Battalion. The bullets from the hills on the other side of the river were either dense or scattered. Their companions fell to the ground in pools of blood, moaning and wailing. The gunshots in the hills were absolutely not covered by any unnecessary noise. They were precisely controlled to the point of perfection. The federal forces in the sanatorium building were completely stunned. There was no outer wall. The inner wall was festering and the door was broken. The world around them was bright. It was too bright. It was terrifying bright. It was so bright that it made people panic. Everyone felt that they were standing on the peak of a mountain with no one to rely on. No one dared to move anymore. They could only lie on the ground and look at the sky outside the building helplessly. Chun Chun-Lei screamed crazily, took out his pistol, and pulled the trigger continuously at the crimson twilight and the enemies that he could not see at all on the opposite side of the mountain. He emptied all the bullets in the magazine as if he was venting. What responded to him was not madness, but a cold bullet. The cold metal shrapnel splashed a deep mark on the ground, and the half-glass teacup at his feet was sent flying with a bang, hitting the wall. Chun Chun-Lei sat on the ground, paralyzed. Warm blood flowed down his pale cheeks that were cut by the broken pieces of the cup. He looked extremely helpless and desperate. Among the plum blossoms in the hills, the members of Team 7 aimed their mountain cannons at the building in the distance. Every now and then, they would fire a bullet. The unlit cigarette between their lips did not tremble at all, whether it was the reaction force of the TP sniper or the humming of the song. Under the plum tree, more than 10 meters away, team member Pearl chewed on the bitter shreds of tobacco in her mouth and joined in the chorus. Then a few other team members nearby joined in as well. The song gradually grew louder. "We are all sharpshooters. Every bullet has to take out an enemy. We are mercenaries. Boss takes us everywhere to beat people up. We don't have guns or cannons. Boss and Olba help us get them. As for why we are so thrifty, it's because they are too boring." Compared to the scene of despair and frustration in the sanatorium building, the members of Team 7 in the Plum Blossoms appeared very relaxed. It did not seem like a fierce battle at all. It was more like a tea party. Pearl spat out the shreds of tobacco, mixed with saliva in her mouth, and muttered in the system, "Why aren't those guys in the building getting up? Especially those idiots with small eyes. I haven't fired for a long time." Xiong Linquan, who had been silent the whole time, pulled off a red plum blossom in front of his helmet and scolded unhappily. "That's too much. Be more serious. This is a war." This was a habitual battlefield scolding, but there was also a certain seriousness in it. Xiong Linquan knew that the current situation was very good. His team members had perfectly completed the order to suppress the enemy. However, the purpose of the team attacking the sanatorium was not to suppress the enemy, but to enter the building to save people. If they forced their way into the sanatorium building, the suppressive effect of Plum Blossom's long-range firepower would be greatly reduced. The 4th Brigade, which looked like they could not take a single hit, and the special forces with small eyes would definitely bring a lot of trouble and danger to the team members in close combat. Looking down, Xiong Linquan saw Su Li's figure appear silently among the broken trees on the other side of the river. Xiong Linquan's pupils shrank as he thought of the incredible part of the plan. Even though he was a veteran of hundreds of battles, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Boss is in position. The sentry's confirmation sounded in the battlefield infantry command system. Xiong Linquan took a deep breath, put both of his hands on the handle of the Darla machine gun, and pulled the trigger with a roar. The muscles on his thick arms bulged. The 6 black barrels of the gun rotated at high speed, and the bullets poured out like a storm on the surface of the sanatorium building. The Darla machine gun, which definitely did not have such a long range, became a terrifying long-range firepower under Xiong Linquan's strong control and inhuman shooting accuracy. What was even more terrifying was that the bullets were forcibly limited to an extremely small area, which greatly increased the lethality of the bullets. The sharp shrapnel blasted into the building at high speed. The alloy layers, the hard solidified cement, and the steel beams in the cement all broke with a loud sound and shattered. It was like the long white line of bullets that cut the layers of forest into 2 worlds at the 3,320 Riverside. Today, the Darla machine gun turned into a terrifying cutting machine that directly cut the sanatorium building vertically from the riverside. At the top of this terrifying line of smoke and dust, there was a figure running at high speed with a military backpack on his back. This was an incredible scene. The figure seemed to be resisting the omnipresent gravity with the power of the boundless rain of bullets. Sulu was running in the dusk, running on the walls of the sanatorium building. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.